Welcome to the righteous sphere. We separate the gray areas over here. We don't do the lying like those other places. No. We don't do no fucking lying over here. You're gonna get the truth.
They'll come after you if you stand out. They don't like different, and different becomes an easy target because it gives them something to focus on. You don't blend in with the crowd. In order to maintain their monotonous reality, they have to drive you out. They'll say you're crazy. They'll say that you're not going to make it. They'll wish and pray that your efforts will be in vain and you'll collapse, proving that mediocrity is the safe way. The last thing they want is for you to educate yourself out of the cage they've built themselves into. They love polishing their cage and decorating it with trivial things while making peace with the idea of living their entire lives in captivity. But some of us aren't meant to live in captivity. This is not a cage that can contain our potential, our drive, our hunger for more. You are an agent of change. Your family's legacy changes direction with you. You'll be the first to escape the cage and build your own future. You're not like everyone else. You're not average, and you should never settle for their mediocre reality.
This is some of everything that we have done or that we do daily that contributes to the breakup of our relationship, the destruction of our man, and the failure of our children to be able to function. They did not tell us that all of that, being my own person and I'm independent, would lead to separation, loneliness, celibacy, and lesbianism. They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one of these things and it's worse and it will destroy your nation. They didn't give us that information. They made us think that it was some kind of glorified position to brag about the fact that I got my own job, my own credit card, my own car, so I don't need no man. I don't even know how we got that mixed up. Ain't none of that got nothing to do with being with no man. Yeah, we have some serious relationship problems that nobody has been able to address us on because everybody wants to pretend that this is not going on. You know, over 60% of our women are single, widowed, separated, or divorced. They don't have a man.
Driving down Walltown Street in Winston-Salem, you may see something you've never seen before.
I walk up and down the sidewalk till my knees start hurting, then I sit down.
Normally, Nasera Muhammad is a single mother of 2 teenage daughters. But lately, she says their behavior is out of control. So now, she's a mom on strike.
My children have everything that they could possibly want and need. But yet and still, they are disrespectful, they are rude. They think that I'm the meanest mom in the world, and they think that they can survive without me. So I said, you know what? That's fine. This mom is going on strike.
She says that conventional discipline methods like timeout don't work with teens. The final straw was when one of her daughters scratched up her brand new minivan with a key.
I'm just frustrated. And this is the only solution that I could think of other than getting rid of my children. And I would not want to go to that extreme.
The children's aunt forced them to make signs of their own, which read, "Thank you, Mom, for providing for me, caring for me, and loving me."
This mom is definitely sending a message. As to will this work or not will depend on the level of consistency that is there.
Dr. Nanette Funderburk specializes in working with children. She says that when parenting gets tough, moms and dads need a support system of their own.
You need to have someone that you can go talk to, someone that you can bounce ideas off of, because kids don't come with a manual.
I threw my hands up in the air. I prayed about it. I'm through. I'm really through. I'm really through. I'm a mom on strap. I don't care how long it takes.
Well, you need to pray some more, man. Go pray some more, man, because you praying to the wrong God, yo. You heard her? Ain't no manual, and it is a manual. It is a manual. It's called the Basic Instructions Before Leaving Earth, mothers. You know what I mean? That's what you need to go to. You need to go to God. You need to go to God. Yeah, you saw? And they bring these kids into the world. They bring these kids ain't asked to be here. They bring these kids into the world knowing how this world is to them. And then they play dumb. Then they want to play delusional, like it's somebody doing something to them. The mothers, that is, guys. Welcome, welcome to Friday Night School at the Righteous Fair. Keep in mind, we don't cater to any groups, gangs, communities, religions, feelings, or your emotions. We gonna cater to the truth. We gonna cater to common sense, and we not gonna complicate it. We also gonna support the real. We gonna stop running and supporting and pushing the fake so high in the sky that then they leave and then they run off on us with all our money and we don't get nothing in return. So we gonna support the real. Tonight, again, I got one of my sisters with sense who supported me. She supported the channel off the books in one of our private meetings. Y'all know y'all could book a private meeting. Just hit me at goodmoneygus, Gmail or yahoo.com. Well, in any event, she hit me for holding her down, and then she hit me for the channel, and she said, play one of those Love Dorsey joints that you got in the stash, because I know you got Love Dorsey in the stash, because me and Love is bad. We two bad motherfuckers for this community. She said, y'all two that's some bad She said, I know you got more Love Dorsey. So she hit me and she supported you guys. So the least you could do is hit that like button tonight, guys. I ain't even do the vertical live because I ain't even want to deal with the bald head roaches that just want to sit here and lurk and watch shit for free and did not even activate the good free stuff. I ain't even want to deal with them tonight. So I said, let me run a regular live stream for my good breads, for my real ones and my sisters with sense. So without any further ado, let's get straight on into that. And again, my sister rather be anonymous. She rather remain anonymous, and that's a real one. Real ones don't need attention. They don't need validation. She don't need me to say her name. And she don't need me to say not all. You know what I mean? Because she know it wouldn't work anyway. I'm not doing that. I'm not. All right, guys, so let's get straight on into it. No interruptions. I'll be watching. I'll be in the chat with you guys. If you want me to play something back, y'all know how it is. Y'all control the channel. Y'all put it in the chat. Holla at me. I will play it back. Or if you want some smoke because you feeling like you're a little drunk on a Friday night and you feeling like know how y'all do when y'all get a little tipsy. You just get bold. So if you feeling bold enough to come and jump on this live stream, because I'm in the chat with y'all, but I got the link. So if you feeling that bold, you know what I mean, that Heineken or them Coronas, that Casamigos start kicking in really real for real, and you want to jump on this link and get sprayed with some raid, then you feel free. I'm with it. I'm with it. All right. So I'll be in the chat. If you want this roach spray, then you put a 1. And if you want this work, you put a 1 in the chat. And if you want me to repeat something or play it back, then you just put a 2 in the chat. All right. And my mods, salute to y'all. Thank y'all. Y'all already know how much I appreciate y'all. Give them some breathing room tonight. Give them some breathing room tonight. If they want smoke, let them walk them right on into the smoke, guys. Help them tonight. Help them get that fix of attention that they need, because I'm with it. All right, guys, let's do it.
After you get used to something, after you become comfortable, the value of that thing goes down. Right? And this is I'm speaking on a psychological level, a surface of just thinking about it, right? As I do something more and more and more, and it becomes something that, this is just something I do, right? If you don't have it tied to a bigger purpose, eventually you will be less motivated, or you'll do it on autopilot, or you'll get to a point where it's like, it doesn't matter if I miss today or if I don't do it for like a week. And this is why a lot of people get into a good habit at first and then they lose it. And so what we're talking about right now is self-care habits. So we're talking about staying on top of your diet, staying on top of exercise. Also, I didn't hear anybody mention, or maybe you did and I missed it.
Exactly, y'all. Remember, when I say ladies, sisters with sense, when I say pour into yourself, I'm talking self-care. And I'm not just saying go switch up your wig, switch up your hairstyle, switch up your look. look different, and get a new job. I'm not talking about that. That's what the devil teaching y'all the end all be alls is. And that's not the end all be alls. Self-care is pouring into your diet because you are what you eat. You keep chugging down all that garbage. That's why you feel like garbage. Your perspective on life comes from your outlook on life. If you feel like shit, then everything you look at, you gonna think it's shitty. Do that make sense? So y'all got to start pouring into yourself. See, self-care will allow y'all to set boundaries up. When you have self-care, you ain't letting Pookie smash you without a condom on and then you playing dumb with the cum. You see, self-care is way more than a look and a bag, man. So let's get it tonight. Let's get it tonight. All right, tonight.
Stress management, staying on top of having tools, routines, things that have to do with I do this to manage my stress. And then there is also having a purpose, because you can't say I'm caring for self if you don't have reasons why it's important to care for myself. We see it every day in children. If you're raising children, you see often where you tell them to do something that is self-care and they're annoyed with doing it because they don't understand the purpose of doing it. Do y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yep, that's facts, Dorsey. My kids was like, they were younger when I was teaching them the habits, but now they're older and I don't have to tell them, especially my 15-year-old, he has a purpose on why he want to keep his hair done, why he goes to the gym, why he wants to do certain things.
Yep.
And if you ask him, he can run it down to you because his purpose is bigger than just him waking up every morning being 15 years old.
But when you,
so I see it in my child.
When you, and I love that you said that, because when you don't give them reasons, they will tell you, like, I don't know why I got to do that. And it ain't even from a disrespectful space. It's just them not understanding. And so it holds no real value. Do y'all understand what I'm explaining? Because it's important. And when we talk about taking care of yourself, it's a lot of y'all, you can say, I take care of myself, but you're doing the surface level things that allow you to exist in survival. And then anything past that, that gets deeper, really caring for your psyche or your mental health, really looking at changing my diet or exercise, and changing enough to where it becomes a new habitual behavior to do right by my body, right? Creating moments where I meditate or do yoga or disengage or disconnect from the internet, from other people, from family, so that I can really sort and figure myself out, right? You don't have reasons for doing this. You won't keep up with this shit. You will not keep up with this. Who can relate to what I'm explaining? Because it's important that you genuinely understand it for what it is.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, I used to jump on a book club before, but it's like when you start a job and they don't really train you on everything. And so you go through the job like making mistakes. And it's not until you fuck up that you realize like the purpose of why you got to cross your I's and dot your T's. And so you start to do it as you go along.
Yep.
It's like the same thing in life. If you keep missing your workouts, you're going to be fat or you're going to be out of shape. If you keep not doing your self-care, you're going to be stressed.
Yep.
So just keeping those small things intact for the bigger picture.
Yep. And then somebody said environment, right? I want one of y'all to elaborate. When we talk about environment playing a role in you being able to take care of yourself, what do you understand about that? Because I know a lot about that. I know a lot in regards to family and outside influences and the people that you talk to and text the most, even the people you follow on social media, the stuff you watch on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. All of these things play a role in how you care for yourself. What do y'all?
Exactly, guys. Remember, I tell you, you are the sum of the 5 people you hang around the most. It get repetitive. Yep. And he's always saying that, bro, because you need to know that. That's a fact. If I'm always saying it and you always losing, then that means you're not listening, dummy. Yeah. You are the sum of the 5 people you hang around the most. Those are your ops. Those are your ops. Y'all got to do a better job of recognizing who your enemies are. When God said your enemy is the members of your own household, that's what he means. Because that's the information you get. That's the intel you get, you gather to make your choices and decisions off of. So stop blaming the wrong people. That's why the first thing, when you go to any therapist, right? The first thing they ask you is about your environment. And your environment consists of several levels down to you and your inside and your ultimate, your mindset. That's an environment. Your headspace, that's an environment. Your family, that's an environment. Your neighborhood, that's an environment. Your country, that's it's levels to this shit. And you got to learn how to compartmentalize and control all those levels. But first, you got to understand that they are levels.
Understand about that.
It takes up a lot of time.
But outside of Frank, outside of the time it takes up, tell me, because you're raising a son, what would you tell him if he was to say, well, what is what I watch on Instagram or Facebook, Daddy, or YouTube or TikTok? What that got to do with me taking care of myself?
It's mental. It definitely takes you away from just reality. It builds you on the inside, and you're gonna sit on the outside. You won't even think that you're doing that.
Right.
Like it tells you how you want to be treated. Like if you focus on basketball and football and all that stuff right there, you look that up on YouTube, you'll be more interested in that when you're going to school. But if you're looking up stupid stuff like watching people play video games, you really don't give a fuck about school.
Yep.
And it's gonna show at school. And you don't know you're doing that, but you're gonna know that you don't care.
Right.
Because like whatever the teacher's saying, you ain't gonna pay attention to that. But
right.
soon your friend tap you on your shoulder and talk about this game that they play. Oh yeah, you're gonna be all because you got a lot of information on this particular game because that's the next best thing in your life.
Yep.
So what I do with Cole is I make sure he spend at least 15 to 20 minutes so he won't be overly consumed by the things I'm telling him to do, but I'm giving him in repetition for throughout the day, even when he get out of school, to spend time with himself. I said, did nobody tell me to do none of this right here? I have to learn this as an adult.
Right.
So I'm trying to learn it, but I'm giving it to you in a different area. So once his emotions and everything like that, I don't feel like doing it, it gives us something to talk about. And now he can learn better because now he's going to be able to receive what I'm giving him.
So now let me ask you this, and this is a question to Frank, but to everybody. Do you practice what you preach? As we tell these children, don't watch this, don't engage.
Bingo. It's very hard to be one of those parents that put all this bullshit on your kids' plate and you don't even believe a damn thing you talking about. That's not even your lifestyle. That's the fastest way to get called on your bullshit. That's the fastest way for the kid to understand, to see that you're a liar and you're a bullshitter. And then you'll be doing what that lady did, talking about evicting your kids, going on strike. Yeah, that's why she's going on strike. She going on strike because at some point, them kids realize what she say out her mouth do not match her actions and what we have. Our future and what our present says our future gonna be do not match with this woman who thought it was a great idea to bring us into this poverty. Nah, we ain't gonna play. Anybody want the one? Anybody put a one in the chat? we good?
Engage with this. If you spend too much time looking at this, it will affect how you view yourself, how you go about life, how you care for yourself. Are y'all practicing what you preach? Are you mindful of what you watch, what you get involved in, how much you spend in regards to your time looking at certain shit? And it's really a question to make you pause and think, what measures are you taking to really hold yourself accountable to this? Because it's easy to chastise a child or to parent from a space of, hey, just like Frank said, here's why you don't need to be doing this. I don't want you to be a follower. Here's what you got to look at. Are you doing this for yourself as an adult? Or are you sitting up watching the bullshit that goes on online and caring more about that than the real shit?
I explain to Cole on the things that I'm telling him to do, but I also talk about myself. I don't leave myself out. I tell him, Daddy got to do a better job too, because the same thing you doing, Dad is also doing it.
Yep.
Even just being dad. Like, so I know that it's hard for me being that I'm on the road and I'm away. I know it's messing up both of us because we want to be around each other. But we're gonna have to operate on the phone a little bit more. Once you get out, I'm gonna help you with your homework a little bit more. I'm gonna help you read a little bit more. But for me, just like you learning new things, Dad is learning new things too. That's why I'm a part of this book club, because I'm introducing myself to new things.
And that's important. And that's why you got to get rid of these big head chicks, these old tight-lipped chips with the know-it-all helmet on. because their mama gave them the information that they know, and you know that she don't know shit. You got to get rid of them, because men, we're gonna be learning. We're gonna be learning, bro. We don't know a lot, but it's until we get the practice, until we get a chance to do. A lot of these women, they don't even know how to be mothers, but they refuse to let you practice on how to be a father. They refuse to let you get good at being a father, because they just swear up and down they know how to be a mother, and ain't nobody taught them how to be no mother. They run around here talking about ain't no manual, when we all know it's a manual for life. It's a basic instructions before leaving Earth. It's a human being handbook. A whole human being handbook is out here, and these dummies run around here talking about ain't no manual, but they won't tell you. But they quick to tell you how to be a father though. Oh, you can't do that. That ain't gonna work for me. And it take two to make a baby though. They will use this. It take two to make a baby when it benefits them. But they quick to tell you how to be a. Wait. This is my half, ma'am. This is my half.
I said you can do the same thing too, but you don't need your friends with you. But you have to learn something to understand that you have to value yourself and not value your friends. And I see why you do that.
Yes. And I'm gonna tell you, Frank,
so
as parents, we gotta own it. Like we really got. And when I'm saying own it, you really gotta own it. Like you really gotta let your children know. Here are areas that I'm improving upon, or stuff that I'm working on, because a lot of us, and a lot of y'all gonna relate when I make this statement. A lot of us got older, and in certain areas, we don't respect our parents. I'm gonna say it again. A lot of us got older, and because they were not accountable with a lot of this shit, we lost respect for them. Some of them don't know it because we weren't raised up to show disrespect or be disrespectful or to speak our mind even in a respectful way to elders. But there's a lot of y'all in a room where your mama or your daddy wasn't going to know, your grandma wasn't going to know. You don't respect a lot of shit about them. They don't know this. And we need to talk about this more because it's real. So when you sit up and you raising children and you're not honest, and they can see that you're not, but you think because ain't nobody saying nothing, this is what's going on with most people.
And she ain't lying, y'all. You know me, I'm the truth for proof. So I'm gonna show you how that look in real life. Now, I like Love. I do one-on-ones with 15, 16, 17-year-old kids, right? Those kids' parents are 37, some 35, 37, and 40-year-old women. Those 40-year-old women be on the internet ass all out, while the 16-year-old kid is looking to find themselves, looking to find some sort of identity. So the mother, while she's yelling Happy Mother's Day online, swearing up and down she's doing a good job, whole time you ask the kid tell you she's not doing a good job. When we know, I done told y'all in several lives, we are in a society, we're in a culture where you don't know who the mothers is. You don't know who the grandmothers is. Grandmothers don't want to be grandmothers. Mothers don't want to be mothers. The grandmothers look like mothers. The mothers look like prostitutes. The prostitutes look like teachers. So where do we divvy out the credit to? Like, who do we, you know what I mean? Like, and then they say, not all, but how? How is it not all? Guys, check this out. This is the vibe. Now, Blueface mother don't speak for all mothers, but this is the vibe in the modern mothers, guys. This is the vibe because they don't care about their kid. While her kid's sitting up in jail trying to buy her a new house. You know what I mean? Blueface do things to try to get his mama a new house now. But they ain't gonna tell you that. They just want to harp on the things Blueface do. Blueface run around beating on Krishan because Krishan love it, but we wonder why he keep attracting these women that love for him to go upside his head, and he have no problem going upside their head, right? So we'll focus on that. Whole time his mama doing this, y'all.
This coochie still get wet. I'm not 52, I'm 22, so don't be telling me to grow up. Tell your mama to grow up, okay? I didn't get to be a kid, and I'm about to be a kid tonight. Like Toys R Us. Yes, honey, I'm about to be ghetto and all that, okay? This the birthday weekend. 6 out about to pull up, so make sure y'all go subscribe. Let me know how y'all feel about my 52-year-old ass birthday. And don't be hopping on there talking about she need to grow up and act her age. Ain't gonna happen, okay? This coochie still get wet. And this is my age.
I told y'all the head wobble. You saw the head wobble? Y'all be thinking y'all be thinking I be trying to be funny. Y'all know me, y'all Goodbreads, especially my mom. Y'all know Mr. Goodbread, not no comedian, and I don't like clowns. I be dead ass serious, boy. You saw the head wobble with the stupidity? That's the head wobble, bro. This is real life right here. They'll run around here and talk about the man. The man left the house. The man left the house. The man is locked up. The man getting in jail. The men. And these are our mothers. This is the spirit of 85% of our mothers. This is the spirit of prostitution that lives in 85% of our mothers, especially in the black community. I said it. What happened? Y'all still, anybody want the one in the chat? Do anybody want to put the one in the chat? Because I said it, I'm talking big tough, I'm talking tough talk tonight. Yes, and I love my mother and I love my black wife and my 2 black daughters. I love them, yes. Anybody want to put the one in and argue with some facts tonight? Any bald head roach that's feeling all swell up want to argue with some facts tonight? Because I'm not talking about the man. I'm talking about the mothers, the same women that create the men that y'all want me to talk about. Do anybody want me to put the one in the chat? Do anybody want to put the one in the chat so I could drop the link and you can argue with some facts? All right, let's proceed.
The child can't speak up and point it out because the younger family member or the young people in your family or around you don't have that freedom in your presence to talk about what they see is a lie or they see is flawed or fake that you doing, it leaves you to believe you mostly doing good in their eyes, but that's not true because a lot of y'all know as grown adults, if we start to talk about the elders that raised y'all, you end up in a space where you agree that, nah, I don't respect my auntie. I got an uncle on my daddy's side I don't respect. Hell, my daddy I may not respect in certain areas. My mama with certain things. I don't respect her in these areas. No, I don't care to go off, cuss her out, or even have a conversation about it because I know she's not going to be accountable, but I seen her lie. I seen him cheat. I seen...
Exactly. 20 years from now, it's going to be a generation of kids that can't respect their mother because everybody saw her whole booty hole brown. And her, her coochie pink and her booty hole brown. Everybody gonna have a picture of their mother. All of them chicks that's on OnlyFans right now selling their soul and still having babies. They that's torture. That's torture. That's torture, bro. Just imagine my son get older and he start owning a business and he start hiring y'all little mans. And he got access to my collection of OnlyFans stuff, y'all. So now my little man got he got y'all sons and daughters' mother. He got access to y'all sons and daughters' mothers, whole booty hole brown and coochie fish hole pink. You see how this is? It's gonna get crazy out here, boy. It's gonna get crazy out here. How bad you want this job, sir? Can you send me some more pictures of your moms and we'll hire you, bro? It's nasty work, but they don't think ahead. They don't think ahead of time. Oh man, when social media ever end, when the social media ever end, it's gonna hit these modern women hard, boy. They gonna be running around here like crackheads, man. They gonna be withdrawing. They gonna be going through withdrawal, sweating, mad at everybody for about 5 whole years, boy. It's gonna be fair game. It's gonna be some of the most funniest shit you ever seen. And the Democratic Party not gonna be on their side no more. By then, the Democratic Party would have learned a lesson that you can't shit on men. You can't just shit on the men. You got to give men some type of rights. So by then, they not even gonna help them. By then, the Democratic Party will be making whole movies on how these women is depressed because they got tricked in feminism. We'll have a whole tricked off of feminism series that we'll be watching. They'll be showing women, modern women, 35, from 35 to 50, going through therapy sessions and really bugging the fuck out, yo. That's gonna be the new wave on the reality shows, y'all. You know what I mean? It's gonna be over. It's gonna be over. It's gonna be going through withdrawal. Well, watch. Y'all think it's gonna stay the same way it is now? It's not gonna stay the same way it is now. Prohibition didn't stay the same way. Industrial revolution didn't stay the same way. Civil rights era didn't stay the same. Crack era didn't stay the same. So why y'all think social media ever going? Y'all chicks, y'all think y'all gonna rock out? Y'all think y'all gonna rock with the extra rocket pack forever? Woo! When they take that rocket pack back, and you haven't been doing it the manual way for so long, man. You see the withdrawal? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? That spirit of prostitution, boo, man, that shit gonna kick in extra gear, boy. You're gonna be humbled in, sis. You're gonna be humbled in.
Her cheat. I seen them make up this. I seen her tell me things that weren't true while talking about other people saying stuff that wasn't true. I watched the hypocritical behavior. Who can relate?
Me. Yes, I do.
I hear a lot of y'all.
This is Marilyn. I grew up in the 60s.
And that's why I love the private Zooms, because this is real life. You see, on the internet, they all play dumb. They all run around the internet playing dumb as if they don't know what the fuck is going on. But in private, they all can sit there and say, yeah, the mothers ain't shit. The mothers ain't shit. Yeah, I know, my mother ain't shit. Yeah, in private, you can say that. But why you can't say that in public? Why you? Because you know why? That's part of the generational curse. That's part of the generation. That's why they ain't getting better as fast as we need them to get better. Straight cap and crab leg.
Go ahead, Miss Marilyn.
I grew up in the 60s, and I saw a lot, my parents and a lot of the other parents in the neighborhood, especially the women, put up with a lot of abuse. Mm-hmm. And they hang in there mostly because the women didn't have careers. Yep. And couldn't afford to leave. Yep. My mom and dad were in that situation. We left my dad for a whole year, mm-hmm. and we were hungry a lot, and we just lived in a rotten neighborhood. Mm-hmm. So they got back together to make it work for our benefit. Right. But it turned me off from wanting to be married, because if that means putting up with all that suffering and abuse, yep. Why am I going to stay in that mess? Matter of fact, I avoided having kids. It didn't make sense to me. Yep. Well, and this is the realness, the stuff that, like, when you look back, I'm pretty sure from a space as a child, I don't respect my father for constantly putting his hands on my mother. But then there is a space of not respecting my mother and her decisions, because it, like you said, it negatively affected how I viewed life. And then we still had times where we went through poverty. So it was like, you know what I mean? What the fuck? And I experienced this as a child, not because I deserved this, but this was y'all poor choices. And then when you get older, you realize, like, there was so much of what they did with parenting that involved them telling you what you needed to do with your life. But if we keeping it real, I don't have much respect for how y'all life looked in the way that y'all raised us. But you know, Miss Marilyn, if you say something like this, you're bound to get your ass popped in the mouth or cussed out, or, you know, you in trouble for just saying what's real. I see, Gina, you put in the, I'm gonna let somebody else speak. I see, Gina, you put in the chat, I challenge y'all to unfollow 3 negative accounts on your social media today. I like that. Raniel said we need to bring realness back.
Nah, fuck 3. I challenge you to create a whole new profile. I challenge you to create a new profile. And don't send a friend request to anybody. If they don't send you a friend request, then that lets you know what you need to know. Because a lot of y'all is just pat static. Y'all on somebody's friend list because they wanted to pad their stats. They want to look like if they're a celebrity and got a bunch of followers. They don't look at you as a friend. They look at you as a follower, like if they some type of celebrity. I challenge you to delete the whole damn thing. Come up with something that you like to do. What it is that you like to do. If you like to cook, if you like to draw, if you like to knit, well, shit, if you like to talk, find like-minded women, like-minded men that it is that do what it is. That's what social media for. You ain't supposed to be up on social media ducking and dodging, can't say what you want to say because you got family members. You got 60-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 17. You got all age range of people. So now you can't even be your organic self. Now you got to be a mascot. You know what I mean? You got to be a mascot. You got to hide behind the mask now. Bro, when you going to be a man, sir? Sis, when you gonna be a real one, sis? Cause y'all talk like y'all so real. I'm real. I'm real. I ain't scared of nothing, but you scared of living. You scared of life. You hide behind this mask as if you're scared. What you scared of? Nobody gonna like your organic self. How about you fix your organic self then? Bingo, message. That's why y'all hide behind these masks talking about nobody knows me. Sis, you don't allow yourself to be known. You hide behind that mask so heavy that of course nobody gonna know you. You hide who you truly are so well. How the fuck is we gonna figure out? We going off of what you keep giving us, ma'am. Message. Self-care is being real with self. Stop pretending.
Sometimes you got to feel shame and be wrong. I like that. I saw somebody else earlier, Chrissy.
Your organic self is who you are, who you truly are at heart, at nature, when ain't nobody around, when ain't nobody watching you but God. That's your organic self. Now, if you can't be that when you get around people, because we know we live in a society where people need you to be unorganic for their feelings that they didn't go work on. You know what I mean? A lot of people in these relationships, which I call manipulationships, because they don't let the other person be their organic self because their feelings is all fucked up and all unmanaged. So they get in a relationship and the guy be with a whole hoe that he know is a whole hoe. She always want to go. Feet never stay at the house. But he say, if you do that, I ain't gonna cash app you. So she now removes herself from her organic self. Remember, her organic self is a whole hoe. She's a full-blown hoe. That's what she want to do. She wants to go to Miami with all her bald head roach friends. But now people is in these manipulationships. She ain't gonna go because her boyfriend not gonna cash app her. You see how that work? Dude, he wants to be a whole rapper, right? He want P. Diddy to play in his butt soon. So he wants to go to the studio with his friends, right? Shorty don't trust him because she know she be playing with the fish hole. She pull it back, she play around. She don't have relationship skills. So she know him going to the studio all night could potentially land him in a new fish hole, right? So she tell him, you can't go to the studio because if you go to the studio, then I'm not gonna give you some fish hole. So you see, that's organic self. And people be playing a dangerous game of removing people from their organic self. I was always taught to let people be who they're gonna be. And when you see who they're gonna be, that lets you know what you need to do. If you're gonna stay or if you're gonna go. That's how I was raised. That's not how they playing the game right now. That's not how they playing the game right now. Great question though, my guy.
He said, I just said this, be mindful who you follow online. Raniel said it's like the environment is your guide and your support, and it will affect how you see things and what you care about. Crystal, I see you said what you consume and the people you interact with can influence your mental state 100%. Michelle said we mimic what we see or hear. Yes, and LaVon said negative distractions. It is very much negative distractions. But some of us have to realize the more I am not accountable in front of my children and my significant other, the more respect I lose from them. And you can say on a surface level, you don't care or you don't give a fuck. But truth be told, who wants to spend a good part of their life raising children that grow up and look at them without any respect or don't respect them in a lot of key areas? Somebody else was going to say something.
Christina, that mentioned I'm following 3 people. I was going to initially touch on that. So lately I'm following like people who I consider friends or just people who I had on social media for a long time, just based on the fact that I'm in a faithful relationship. And a lot of people will post like that shit, if I'm being clear, or just like things where they just out and about, just doing them, not really caring for a relationship, and it's like I don't need to see this in the space where I am in my life. So things like that is like you can guide your environment to make it supportive to what you want.
Yep.
I just want to walk off of that because I was going to say about environment, it's really important to create a space where you can keep the things that you want to do for you. For example, I have like the way my room is set up, it's not set up in a place in a way where I can sit down and like, let's say, you know, journal or let's say go through my calendar.
Right.
And the places that I do have it, it's very noisy. So if you don't create that environment, that space, give that the things that you want, the space in your life to actually be and allow itself to be, then sometimes it will also affect your mental health and like just not having that space period. It's almost like the book club where we have this space where we can say certain things or be certain places. If you don't have a space in your actual environment, your room, your car, your wherever it is.
So sometimes sometimes because like Omo, I love what you're saying. Sometimes it's you sitting down and rearranging your personal space. Sometimes it's you rearranging your life in regards to the people you interact with. Sometimes for a lot of people, you have to be honest with yourself that the city or town I grew up in is toxic, it's negative, it's
Exactly, guys. Let's go back to that environment being levels to your environment. You know what I mean? It's levels.
Not good for the growth of me and my children. Some of y'all got family that it's a bunch of drama, it's negativity, it's all kind of things that are not reflective of the lifestyle that you want for you and your children. So you need to build different resources, get up and move away from there. Some of y'all, it may be that I don't got to move away. I need to stand firm on my boundaries.
I've been recently doing that, staying firm on my boundaries and noticing that a lot of people that aren't on my caliber are starting to like distance themselves.
Exactly. That's when you learn who your real ops are. Remember, people don't want you to change. A lot of people don't want you to change because your change is a reflection of how they ain't changed. And all change is growth. A lot of people don't want you to grow. You know what I mean? They tell you, oh, you switching up. You switching up. Remember, I told you, yo, play this live to certain people. So far, I ain't disrespect nobody. Love Dorsey ain't bugging out. She ain't disrespect nobody. Play this live to somebody. Let somebody you put your all in know you listening to this kind of content, this quality, this high power content. Play this live for them and see how they look at you. See how they look at you all funny now. And you gonna tell me those are your loved ones? I'm your op, right? But they gonna look at you all crazy in your face. Cause people don't be wanting y'all to grow. People do not want y'all to grow, bro. People want y'all to stay the same so they could use you, bro. You think people want y'all to understand you not a victim? That if you really go, if you stop giving up at 40% and you just stop, if you take a nap before you quit, just take a nap, then wake up, go back at it. You think people want you to know information like that when they have quit at 30%? They scared. They fell off the horse. They tried. They fell off. Now they embarrassed. Because they do the most talking, right? But they scared that somebody going to talk about them. But they the ones that do all the talking, right? Because winners don't talk about people. Winners fall, get up, and get on that horse. And don't care who told. Who talking? Remember, guys, the cost of entry to success. Write this down. The cost of entry is criticism. Yes, you heard it. The cost of entry to success is criticism. Pay that shit and be done. Because people going to talk regardless. So if that's what got you not wanting to get successful, then you a fool. You are truly a fool. You want to be liked instead of successful. And you can't pick both.
And like you said, start putting on that black dress and let it be known.
Yeah, I'm going to start mourning you. I'm going to start mourning you. But you got to be mindful of, let me say it like this. Same thing I said about our children, right? You can raise children and you can chastise them and get on them and make rules for them and then discipline them or have them face consequences when they don't follow those rules. But then you struggle as an adult in those same children's presence to follow rules and make rules and create standards for yourself. They see that. And so by the time they get older or become your age, they don't respect you in a lot of ways. And then it's the same for family members and friends and people that you cut off. Some of y'all cut people off for certain stuff, and then you didn't stick to the changes that you said you were going to make, and you like a damn fool, right? Because the same stuff you told them was the reason you stopped fucking with them for, you back into that same shit.
Right. Right.
And this is where
look, y'all ain't got to be all malicious, because don't fool yourself. Don't kid yourself now. You ain't got to be malicious with the cutoff, because truthfully, I ain't never ever cut anybody off in my life. I never cut nobody off. I never said, yo, I ain't fucking with you no more. I don't fuck with him. You'll never hear Mr. Goodbread tell you I don't fuck with them no more. Cause Mr. Goodbread don't care enough to be on that. Mr. Goodbread gonna always grow. I'ma grow. And if you growing, whatever's not for you gonna fall off your tree. That's how that is. Sometimes you get too high, your trees start growing so high, and the little bushes, the bushwhack niggas that's used to the low level to the ground, the low hanging fruit, they don't like that. They get fear heights. They get fear heights. You start growing up there, they niggas gonna stop growing. They gonna, nah, I ain't going up there with you. I ain't going, why you going up there that high? They'll look at you too and say some old weirdo shit out their mouth like, why you gotta go that high though? You doing too much. Peep how they disguise the hate, bro. Peep how they disguise it, and then they'll look you in your face and tell you, yo, you got to humble down, cause God will take it. Man, if Mr. Nigga, if you don't get yo, God ain't finna take nothing from me, because he giving it to me. He giving it to me. When this become your lifestyle, when fronting is no longer your lifestyle, when really following the word of God is your lifestyle, you ain't got to worry about nothing getting took from you, because it was given from the man. See, y'all working for the devil, so I don't blame y'all. I know why y'all got to use whatever he give y'all real fast, because he gonna come back for it, and if you got it and ain't use it yet, he gonna take it. It's a big difference from getting blessings from God and getting blessings from the devil. But we cooking tonight, y'all. We cooking tonight. Make sure y'all take the time, guys, to hit that like button, man. Hit that like button. Show your support to the channel, y'all. Guys, let's take a break from the content and let's hit that like button. Let's subscribe if you're new over here. And don't forget to hit that bell. Take it, love.
You really have to hold yourself accountable.
And like you said, I did also, when getting rid of those people, put in new habits or better habits so that we won't reel back into that old habit and going back to the old people and the negative stuff again.
Yes. Yeah. It has to be out with the old, in with the new.
That's what happened with me and my kids. You know, alcohol is a contributing factor to every death in my family thus far, you know, due to alcohol. So I'm telling my kids not to drink, but here I am drinking. So when I stop drinking, now my kids don't have an alcohol problem.
Yeah.
You know, they go.
Yeah.
Because they stop.
Yeah.
You know?
100%. You gotta, it's that whole old school saying you gotta practice what you preach. And the idea is be the example, but be the example to yourself first, meaning
Oh man, and I love that, guys. And I think my real ones, I know my real ones That's what got y'all over here with me. That's what got y'all with me, because I'm not the most perfect. I'm not. Y'all see, I'm still learning this content creation shit. I'm not the most creative. I don't got the best sound. I don't got the best visuals. You know what I mean? I'm a rather basic and conservative content creator, right? But I got the results though, right? All them ones that got all that flashy, fancy, nice set and all that shit ain't got a bitch, ain't got a ain't got a family, ain't got a truth, ain't got a word of God to give y'all, right? It wouldn't be right to get up here and tell y'all what not to accept, what not to do, what if I didn't have those God-given blessings, because it's not about money. It's not about money. I mean, we got bread, but it ain't about money. You got to watch the people that's telling and talking the loudest. You got to watch their results. Remember, God said you test everybody's spirit. It's not even about hating. It's not. You ain't got to hate. You research everybody. You research everybody. Now, what you don't want to do is you don't want to research him and then deem him as too perfect that you can't listen. Because a lot of y'all do that too. That's that hate and bone in your heart. This is not a flex. I am never going to flex on y'all because I have what I have. When I want y'all to have what I have, I want every man to endure love, unconditional love. I want every man to feel how it is to really feel love. I'm not the regular. If I was, I'd just sit back with my shorty and my family and laugh at those that don't have that. I would lead with everything that I have, like how these little celebrities, these little fake influencers, how they do. They go rent these Airbnbs and then front and stunt, make about 40 videos in this little nice town's house, and y'all have y'all all gas. These niggas live regular just like y'all. Some of y'all live better than these content creators that y'all give all y'all money to and make them rich. And they giving y'all half-ass content. You are what you listen to. A lot of y'all don't get no results because you run your ass to these funny ass clown nigga network channels, niggas with no results. And they fill your head up with feel good. And you get no results. You get no results. You know what I mean? Y'all run to the science teachers. And I'm not dissing the science teachers completely. You know what I mean? I give anybody that smoke. So however they feel, it's they pride. You know what I mean? It's how their ego is set up. If their ego set up one way, then they'll take it as a diss. But if not, then fuck them. But you know what I mean? These dudes that sit up there on their little platform and they'll talk all that with no results. And then y'all wonder why y'all don't get no results on life. Can a broke nigga teach you how to get some money? Can a dumb nigga teach you how to be smart? Like, it's just common sense, bro, guys. I don't care how entertaining you are. Your attention is priceless. So if you giving your attention to cornballs, you gonna be that. Remember, that go back to you are the sum of the 5 people you intake and listen to and chill around and believe in the most. Remember that.
I have to make sure I'm positive and happy and in a good mental space for myself first. And then I'm able to raise my children to be that to themselves, because that's when you're really rearing a good product. Most of us, like, we were raised and we started out raising our children from a space of, I'm going to teach this little person how to tolerate or how to mold themselves to coexist with me. And so I can tolerate them. I can accept them. I can raise them. But as they go out into the world, it's hard for other people to interact and deal with them. This is when y'all have heard me on lives talk about people that have bad kids. Everybody from a positive space want to say, you know, kids ain't bad. Some of them just got some. No, some of y'all children are fucking bad. And when I'm saying bad, what I mean is it's on you. It's not on the child. So the child is innocent in this. You have raised them to where you're able to put up with them. You're able to tolerate them. You're able to accept them. They have a skill at knowing how to maneuver with you. But if you try to get somebody to watch them, when you leave them at school,
and that's the thing, perfectly imperfect. You absolutely right. And you see, you ain't gonna get solutions from reaction channels. Reaction channels ain't gonna give you no solutions. And that's what the culture we went to now. We went to reaction based. That's why, that's another reason why the righteous fear hit hard. Cause we still under the self-improvement, personal growth and development category. Because we have these conversations. And that's where the solution is at. The solution comes in being absolutely honest. What are we lying for? What are we gonna continue to perpetuate this agenda that promotes the mother as God when I'm telling you your mother is not God? These mothers are far from God. If that is the case, only 20% of them can take that role on as being motherly gods, because God only birthed 20% of mothers to be great mothers. The rest of them is cat. The rest of them is cat. You know what I mean? But that's the solution. The solution is based around the mothers. The mothers control the generations to come. You see, we can focus on men, individual men, and waste time focusing on men, individual men who can only mess up an individual. One man can mess up an individual kid, an individual woman, or another individual man. But it's the mothers who will mess up generations to come. And that is the problem. And until we address the problem, ain't gonna be no solution. We playing ourselves with the solution. You see how that work? And that's what they have us doing in the black community. They have us playing ourselves. They have us chasing our own tail. They have us running on the treadmill, running in place. You know what I mean? Because we all feel sorry for the grandma, but the grandma is who we all take orders from. The grandma, who is the sickest person in the community, is the one who set the rules. The grandma, who is the most illogical person in the community, is the one that calls the shots. And everybody sit there and, that's a female. That's a female. Bruh, bruh. Bruh, that's all I'm gonna say, bruh. Please, don't ever be a simp enforcer in my presence, bro. I pop off. I pop off, bro. I'm just telling you that.
When they have to interact with others, when it's time for them to go out into the world, they are fucking menace. By the age of 5, when you're raising children, they're supposed to be socially acceptable to the extent of being able to interact with other little humans their age and in their peer category, and then also follow rules.
Exactly, but for some weird reason, we live in a culture that believe what's put in them at 5 somehow magically get up out of them when they 15 and they make their own decisions, and that's not the mother fault. Yes, this little man make his own decisions, but it's based off of what programming? Exactly. So you don't get to stick your hands in your pocket. Happy Mother's Day. Amen.
And the reason why this is important is because as you go through life, even when you're 60-something years old, there are laws, rules, statutes, regulations in place that you have to follow. So starting from a baby age, you need to understand the concept of there are boundaries here, there's no's here, there's stuff you can't do, there are things you got to understand, there's stuff that's not going to be fair. Do y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Lord.
As children get older, as they get in the teenage age and their brain starts to develop in all areas, and they get to a point where they start thinking for themselves, a lot of parents end up in a space where the kids don't respect them.
And that's where that power struggle come in now when they're teenagers.
Yep.
And then parents, don't get mad. Mothers, don't get mad. You know why you can't get mad either, because I'm gonna have my baby. I'm gonna keep my baby. I don't believe in abortions. I don't believe. So you thought that was the only sin, right? You thought that if you did that you would be suffering, right? You would avoid suffering. Oh man, you's a dummy. This is just prolonged suffering, man. This is prolonged suffering for your irresponsible act. It be the intentions on how y'all have these kids, yo, that you don't get away from. You can't escape that, man. You can't.
That's where I'm at now, love, with my oldest son. Christy just had a Zoom for us last night that I found really helpful. And I was telling them about this. Like my older son, I feel like, well, for me as a parent, like I had my kids at a very young age. I was 14 years old when I got pregnant with my oldest son. So I was like a kid having a kid, right? And then when my mom...
Listen to these stories, story after story. I had my kid young, I had my kid young, but then they want us to believe that it's just the men. It's just the men. It's just the men that was just ill-raised and ill-mannered and they just nasty. They stick they thing in everything and the black women are the everything. And they let them. Come on now. Come on now.
Mom raised me, I was just looking at, okay, I know the stuff that she should have done better with me, so I'm going to change that. But I feel like I took it to the extreme. And now I have that struggle with him. And now that he's about to be 17 years old, it's like, we had a real conversation where he told me, like, I could tell you and Dad, like, y'all didn't plan for this. This just happened. Y'all really didn't know what y'all was doing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, like, having to deal with that.
Yes. But you have to be, this is my thing. You have to be comfortable admitting that. Insight 24 says no good habit will stick if you're not taking care of yourself. Part of taking care of yourself is being honest. This is a part of mental health, right? There is that emotional, mental, spiritual, and physical part of taking care of yourself. A mental part is honesty with self. Remember, I be saying the biggest lies is the ones you tell your fucking self. Fuck what somebody else lying to you about. So when you wake up, and you start out with a lie to yourself. For example, I know what I'm doing. I'm doing a good job. I got this figured out. These kids better listen to me. I know what's best for them. You know, it's about what I think, what I want. I'm going to get us there, right? And this is not true based on the information that you hold, the traumas that you haven't seen about. That you start out, you wake up with this lie to yourself, right?
Exactly, guys. You hear what she said? That's key, what she just said. This is why I be telling y'all, stop letting them try to tell you how to be a father. Because how to be a father and how to be a mother is two different tasks. She don't even know how to be a mother. So how she could tell you how to be a father is beyond me. Let her figure out how to be a mother. All right? And she can play Let's Pretend on her own time. Don't allow her to play Let's Pretend she a supermom at your cost. Because a lot of them need to paint you out as a dummy so they can feel good about themselves. Because a lot of them, let me tell you a secret, sir. This is why you better go fix yourself, sir. She picked you because you was a beta male, sir. She picked you because you was a beta male and you let her control you. You know what I mean? So you might want to go get yourself fixed, sir. That's why she treats you how she treats you, sir. She treats you like you're a dummy. She treats you like you're a baby. She treats you like you're her son.
Then you have to keep up a certain attitude to front this lie to the children. And then they have to carry this to a certain extent, right? Out into their community and their school and act like y'all got more going on than what y'all do, or your mama is doing better than what she really is.
And this is why I tell y'all, bro. I tell y'all all of the time, bro. What I dare Boyhead Roach jump on here and act like her hell of a mama, her hell of a boyhead mama taught her something so astoundingly different than what my mama taught me when we both live in the black community. I would love, this is why they love to distance themselves, not all, as if they mama taught them some astronomical information that, and we all running off the same information because ain't none of them taught us this information. Because this the rich information that only the rich white folks had access to. So they ain't have this, they ain't have time to get this type of information. So I wish a Boyhead Roach would try to jump up here when I read books upon books while they watch shows and be on the internet, in and out of these YouTube channels, picking up their information from YouTube channels. I read books, whole psychological books, novels and shit. Like, what's wrong with y'all? We stop playing. That's the solution. Read. Stop with this, you know it. Stop with this, I've been doing it like this for so long. You're doing it wrong for so long. That's why you've been getting nothing for so long. Get some new information. That's the solution. Let go of that dumb shit your mama taught you, bro. She love you. She love you. But that information ain't useful for you, sir, ma'am. All right? And stop telling people that, not my mama. Not my mama. It make you look dumb. It make you look really dumb. It do. When 95% of the stories is, yeah, my mom's tried. She did the best she could. You can say that. You know what I mean? You can say that. We understand that too. But to try to get in my comments and try to convince me that your mama did some new shit and you still stuck in the rut. Your mama's stuck in the rut too. Come on, man. Y'all got to fix yourself, boy. Because I'm 65 years old. And then they lead with their age. Then they are proudly ignorant. They're passionately ignorant because they lead with their age. They'll tell you how long they've been a dummy. Some of them will tell you how old and how long they mama been a dummy. Because my mama's 73 years old.
In order to fit in, and you know, this is when you see kids fighting and defending their mama, when people saying certain things about y'all lifestyle and stuff that's going on, you turn them into little liars. And then eventually it gets to the point where they realize, like, there are things in life that I want as a young adult, stuff about my mind, my thinking, my brain's developing, and my mom doesn't know how to validate that. She doesn't know how to have conversations with me without getting triggered or feeling some type of way. This is when the respect starts to be lost. At first, I was upholding this little code we got as a family or a tribe. But then as a teenager, when I realized, like, wait a minute, she don't exactly know what she's doing, because now I got needs and wants and things about myself. I'm trying to understand my hormones, my own mindset, my own perspective on stuff, and she can't take it. He can't take it. My parents can't take me developing in their presence and not agreeing or thinking the exact way that they do. Then they start to see your lack of emotional management. Kids see all of this. Just a lot of times we're not a safe space for them to speak up about what they see.
Yeah.
And that's a fact. She ain't lying. I'm going to tell y'all some deep shit. Like, I'm going to tell y'all when me and my mom's bumped heads. When me and my mom's bumped heads. Me and my mom's bumped heads because she thought that she was going to plan some wedding for me and Mrs. Goodbread. And I'm telling this lady that that's not what we want to do. We don't want to get married by no state. We don't want to we don't want to do the minstrel show. We're not going to partake in a minstrel show. We're not going to partake in this look at me show. We don't want no parts of that. We don't want to pay for people plates. We don't like people enough to pay $200 for these niggas to come and eat our food while they wish hate on us, because we know about 85% of people don't like to see love anyway. I posted a picture last week while I was on vacation about me being on vacation. That was the least liked photo meme post in my community tab in 2 years, yo. That go to show you how YouTube and the YouTube audience is hateful, bro. That's why I put big toe in ass. Cause I know you're not gonna be able to lie to Mr. Goodbread. You're not gonna be able to woo me with the niceness and no. You're hateful. A lot of y'all, a bunch of y'all, just very hateful. And I got it, and I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna beat it out of y'all. I'm gonna beat that hate up out of y'all with love. Cause the truth is love, and y'all don't like it. So I'm gonna beat it out of y'all with the truth. Trust me, I see y'all. I peeped that. Shit got like 17 views, bro. 17 likes, and y'all know I average about 800, 900 likes. We can hit 2,000 likes on an easy day on a dumb post. A post that bash women. If I straight bash women for a whole week, we get fucking 4,000, 5,000 likes. I post something family orientated, we get 10 likes. So I know what y'all like. That's why I refrain from giving y'all what y'all like on the regular. You know what I mean? So it's strategic. It's a strategy.
I learned that because sometimes my mom wasn't that safe space for me to talk to her about those type of things either.
Yep. That's why I said a lot of us can relate to the statement when I said you get older and you realize I don't respect my parents in a lot of areas. Overall, yes, I love you. I respect you for bringing me in this world. But then when we start talking about financial literacy, we start talking about mental health and how to take care of yourself. We start talking about things other than what you taught me about working a job and paying bills. It ain't nothing you gave me to respect. And when I look at your life, you didn't respect yourself enough in these areas to go educate, get information, tell yourself the truth when you wake up that you don't know what you're doing with money, that you don't have it figured out, that you fucked and was not disciplined with your sex, right? Where you had more of us than what you could actually take care of. These are things that, like, it is difficult for our parents to just admit. And some of us, that shit carried over to us to where we walk around with lies. I see so many of us as young men and women, we pretend as though it was not a poor choice to have a child or be fucking unprotected in our teens and have a kid. We pretend like it is not ignorant, right? To sit up and keep having more babies than what you can afford. When somebody go to talking like this, we start acting like they judging us or they doing something to us. Or they saying something that's so bad to where we can't even be grown to the next generation. Even with a lot of men, you see it where you got some men, they're willing to say, you know what? I was out there thugging, drugging, fucking, throwing rocks at the chain gang, worrying about hoes and big booties and pretty women and spending money in the clubs. I was dumb for that. And then you got some men, they ain't willing to say that was some ignorant ass shit, or that was some stupid shit I did, or that was not smart. I was dumb for that. There are a lot of us that we had babies outside of wedlock, getting no help, and we're single mothering, and we don't want to admit to the younger generation or even to our...
It's that part right there. That part right there, y'all. Who wanted the solutions? We're the solution winners. Who's the solution winners? The solution winners. There you go. Because sometimes we be wanting the solution to avoid hearing the truth. So we want the quick fix. We want the quick answer. It is not going to be a quick fix, and there's no quick answers because the damage didn't get there quick. The damage wasn't accumulated quick. Through years and years of pushing this agenda and promoting women and shitting on men and giving women who lack integrity power while giving men who is strong and powerful and honest nothing. That's been over the years. So it's not gonna just refix itself. You're gonna have hell to pay. And the good women will pay for the bad ones. Just like the good woman, the so-called good women benefit for the bad ones right now, right? So just like how y'all benefit from the bad ones, when it hit the fan, and oh yes, it will hit the fan, then the so-called good will suffer for the bad. And that's just the way of life. That's nature. Nature evens everything out. You know what I mean? Everybody have their time. Right now it's the women's time, you know what I mean? But it ain't gonna last long when social media and trust and believe. Mr. Goodbread ain't gonna never lie to y'all. Social media got about a hot 6 years left. That will complete the full 20-year era of the social media era. And we'll be looking back at the social media era and how it damaged dating and relationships. We'll be looking back at it 10 years from now like it's a footnote in history, just like the other footnotes in history. Remember that. But this is the solution right here. This is the solution. We got to play let's pretend that these mothers did not fuck up. We got to lie on these men and make the men out as if they're just monsters and they're bears to cover and save face for these women, for 3 generations of women who didn't know how to control their fish hole. That's the problem. Because in us lying and crab-legging and pretending that didn't happen, there are more kids being raised believing that didn't happen, and they don't know, and they're going to do the same thing. That is the generational curse that's in our Bible. So this is the solution right here. You know what I mean? This is what's going to replace social media is going to be the ISO. I think we're going to go into an isolation era. It's going to be like an isolation era. Definitely going to be like an ISO. It's going to be an ISO era, whereas everything is self-sufficient, self, everything self. You know what I mean? That's why families is going to be less lucrative. Families is less important. Family, period, is less important. People are figuring it out. If I have a whole live showing you, breaking down how it's your family who don't want you to grow, people are getting smarter and smarter. We're not getting dumber. People are getting smarter. So what that means, people are going to start cutting family off. People are going to start seeing that, hey, I'm growing more than I ever grew without playing Let's Pretend with a family. Like, I mean, blood ain't thicker than water, I see. Blood ain't thicker than water. They had me under that programming the whole time when we know blood of a covered is thicker than water of a womb. You see how that works? So now when you get out there and you start iron sharpening iron with other folks, like-minded individuals, not bum-ass family that don't want to see you grow, and you start winning, more people going to see that. Family going to be irrelevant. And that's the family you're born in. We already see the statistics showing the families being created. Not a lot of families being created. These women is selling coochie, so they can't mess their body up. These women paid for BBL, so they ain't trying to mess their stomach up now. So the women ain't having babies. Women is charging niggas to have sex. It's just all messed up. It's all messed up. So we see that. We see that now, guys. So peep it. Peep game, though. I'm telling you, it's almost over.
Selves, because remember, you got to tell yourself the fucking truth. That girl, this wasn't smart. Give a fuck how embarrassed you feel about it or how much you feel like a motherfucker judging you. It was not smart.
It's facts, yo. God judge you. Jude 1:3. I judge you all I want. You fucking up our community. Fuck you mean I can't judge you? I judge the shit out you, man. Learn how to control your coochie. I never met a responsible sister get pregnant by an irresponsible dude. It just don't happen. Responsible sisters don't get pregnant by irresponsible men. It does not happen. Now, if you're an irresponsible sister, then yeah, you food for an irresponsible nigga. Yeah, you are. You are. Now, let's talk about the responsible men that y'all alienate, though. Let's talk about the responsible men that get alienated. These are conversations that they don't want to have because you can't save face for the women. You can't save face for the mothers that need to get addressed, right? You know what I mean? And that's just half of the problem. Like, we don't even talk about the real problem. The real problem, right?
Look how pretty my baby is. How can you deny a pretty baby?
I don't care about the baby being pretty. I care about if the baby mine or not.
Why
I
would you
take care of my responsibility, not another man's. Thing is the green eyes. No one in my family has green eyes. May I show you, Your Honor?
Yes.
My mama or my daddy. Her either, obviously. Me, I definitely don't have green eyes. I'm trying to figure out where these green eyes come from that's on this baby.
My grandmother first seen Caleb, she said, those are my father's eyes. You don't know what's down in your gene pool.
He probably got brown eyes too. You ain't seen them.
Mr. Brady, you are not.
I told her that was my baby, Your Honor.
Sit down.
I told her.
Sit down over there. Stand right where you're standing.
I told her, Your Honor. I know it was mine. 100% positive.
And then y'all think y'all slick, right? Because this right here, that right there, that puts all of y'all argument to shame. That whole, well, he left it in. So you mean she let two niggas leave it in her, right? So she ain't require either one of them to put on a condom, right? So now that's two men, one woman, right? And we're gonna talk about the nasty men. The men are nasty, right? The men, right? Two men, two different penises, two different raw, hard D with the vein in them, and one woman, right? And she knows she like two different raw, hard Ds with vein in it, no condom. She knows that, she likes that. And she does not take birth control, right? But then they want to tell us that the men is making single mothers. Yo. And then, to top all of this off, then they run around here talking about they are the most educated women in the nation. Now, how stupid do you want us to be? How stupid do you take us? Like, man, we have two eyes. We could see, like, bro, ma'am, why y'all pumping that bad crack? And it be the old ones, too. It don't even be my young sisters with sense. It be the old ones. What do y'all have to say about these situations? And this is frequent. This is frequent. And it's not just our sisters, but this is frequent. So what are we saying? Like, why are we teaching the men? Why are we teaching the little boys and the little girls that it's only men doing weird shit? Because this is weird. This is very weird. This is very weird. I'm going to play that back. You know what I mean? I'm going to play that back. Because I need answers. We need answers now because y'all responsible and the men is the ones that's irresponsible and the men is the ones that's making y'all single mothers, right? And this is what we tell and this is what we feed the next generation. This is what we fed the last generation. This is the bullshit we fed these people, right? But we see, you know what I mean? Remember, we gonna give you respect for what you do based off what you do, not what you tell us. Now we seen what you do. Now you're telling us one thing, but it's not matching what we seeing you do. We gonna give you credit for what we see you do. Is this why y'all vote for Carmella? Is this why y'all fighting for your life, for the right to mismanage some coochie? Because that's all you're doing. Ain't nobody taking your right to have sex away with this abortion act. Nobody's taking your right, dummy. You have the right. Can't nobody just take your fish hole. You want the right to give it away, misuse it with no consequences, yo. You're nasty, yo. You're nasty. You're nasty.
Man, look how pretty my baby is. How can you deny a pretty baby?
I don't care about the baby being pretty. I care about if the baby mine or not.
Why
I
would you
take care of my responsibility, not another man's. This thing is the green eyes. No one in my family has green eyes. May I show you, Your Honor?
Yes.
My mama or my daddy. Her either, obviously. Me, I definitely don't have green eyes. I'm trying to figure out where these green eyes come from that's on this baby.
My grandmother first seen Caleb, she said, those are my father's eyes. You don't know what's down in your gene pool.
He probably got brown eyes too. You ain't seen them.
Mr. Brady, you are not.
I told her that was my baby, Your Honor.
Sit down.
I told her.
Sit down over there.
Come in front of this post.
Stand right where you're standing.
I told her, Your Honor. I knew it was mine. 100% positive.
Crazy, yo. Crazy, boy. Crazy. We running around here telling people what we tell these people, yo. Absolutely crazy, y'all. Young ladies, you are responsible for your coochie. If your mother got you on birth control, if your father got you on birth control, don't take yourself off birth control. It's a reason why they got you on birth. They see something in you because it's in them. All right? That's red flag number one, ma'am. That's the realest. Your mother kept it with you. She put you on that thing because she know what you was doing. Because she was doing that at your age.
And you a fool to yourself first by walking around trying to pretend like it was actually smart or that it was not a terrible decision. It was a terrible decision. Terrible. Having babies from men that you don't know. And when I say no, I mean spiritually, mentally, and emotionally aligned. Goals set up. You watch to see his behavior align with wanting to be in a monogamous relationship and be a family man, not getting the commitment before allowing him to have sex with you raw. Terrible decision. Terrible decision.
Yeah, because most of us grew up off.
Somebody said most of us grew up off what?
Most of us grew up off of feelings.
Right.
That's why all our life was built up off of. Yep. That's how we learn how to date. That's how we learn how to pick the perfect job because we felt comfortable.
Yep.
You know, it ain't a hard job. It don't look complicated. Oh man, it's easy. So if you can convince somebody else, they gonna come right over.
Yeah.
Like it's something that you got to go through a process. Ain't nobody signing up for that shit.
Yep.
Like had I known all that stuff, my son wouldn't even be here.
Yep.
My son wouldn't be here.
That's true. But Frank, that's the truth that okay, when we try to dress it up, we make it seem like, you know, I'm grateful. Like we know you love your child, right? We know that you love your kids and you are, you know, moving forward from it. But you have to be willing to look at the choices you made and be honest. Like Frank said, that if I could go back and if I could take what I know now and go back, I wouldn't even do this to a child. I wouldn't. Not saying that I wouldn't have kids, but the manner in which I brought them in this world, the person in which I procreated with, the situations in which the stuff I had going on based on my choices, I would have fucking never.
I'm going.
You got it.
Thank you, Frank. I'm going. The reason why I'm going to speak on that is because, like, I actually say that shit all the time. Like, I tell myself that shit all the time. And I tell my mama, like, when I came to you and asked you to put me on birth control, like, you know, that was my way of reaching out. Like, you telling me as a freshman in college, oh, don't have sex.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Makes
like,
no sense.
You fucking at my age, so why?
Yep.
Like,
But that's, Renee, I love that you brought it up. That's a perfect example of what I was saying about we end up in a space where certain areas we don't respect our parents. Tell me what sense does it make to tell a young girl going to college, don't have sex? That's your advice. That's your parenting. Don't have sex. Now, you knowing scientifically, biologically, my species, being a human, this is the age in which your body is at the peak of exploring and understanding and sexuality and all of these things, right? And your parenting plan was don't have sex. You got to be silly as hell to think that this makes sense.
Like, she ain't getting no explanation, no nothing. And I'm coming to you asking you, like, can you put me on birth control? Because I couldn't do it myself. Because, you know, I graduated high school at 17. So I was 17, but I was in college.
Mm-hmm.
You still wasn't, you know, you didn't, you were telling me no. Like, you were my resource, but you told me no. I couldn't.
But it goes back to, and a lot of y'all know this, in our community, and I have a Zoom coming up on this, the relationship between mothers and daughters, especially in our community. But y'all know there's a lot of shame and you're made to feel guilty when you start to develop sexually. It's like a burden to the parent. And I know some of y'all can relate to this, male or female. You started to feel like a burden to your parent once you started to develop feelings and understanding for sex and your sexuality. And so a lot of us snuck and did shit that we have no business doing at that age because you really didn't feel like it was a safe space to go talk to your parent, because when you bring up boys or sex or girls or whatever, they were so uncomfortable with that kind of talk. And you could tell, not because they said, oh, I'm uncomfortable with talking to you like about this. They were uncomfortable because you could tell they knew what was going on, but it was always a mad thing or you in trouble thing or sit your grown behind down, girl, or you running around being fast or what you doing out there with them, bring your ass in the house. It was a very rah, it bothered them.
Yeah, like my mama told me, like, when I first came told I had a crush, she was like, I don't want to hear about this. I don't want to talk to you about this. Like, what about the lady?
Right. And I'm sure a lot of y'all, when you think back as a grown woman, you look back and you like, you know, the type of talk I want to have with my daughter or my children, I couldn't dare because I felt like I was a burden.
Mm-hmm.
This is where it goes back to having resources for your kids, because sometimes we might not be the safe space for our kids to be able to come and talk to us openly about things. I actually have two friends who have 16-year-old daughters, both in 11th grade, and they both think their daughters are virgins, and they're both not. So my godbaby, I actually had her go to the health department herself to get on birth control, because you can do that under the age of 18. It's illegal to deny birth control, and you can't discuss it with the parent if it's sexually related. But even my 10-year-old daughter has recently told me, like, she'll talk openly to me, but she just recently told me, like, oh, well, Ma, I kind of don't want to tell you this because I think I might get in trouble. So she's even learning what she's telling me and her reactions, or the reactions I give her to the things that she tells me. And even with my friends' children who have confided in me, there's like a fine balance between, okay, at what point do I need to go and tell their mothers who are actually my friends, but it's going to break the trust and you're not going to be able to get the information.
So now let me say this, Sierra, because this is where we go wrong as parents, right? We go wrong because we don't realize as our kids shift in these stages of development, we must shift in how we parent. So now I want y'all to just think about this, right? Men and women, think about this. The way that we start out parenting our children, having to be the protector, the provider, the person that is rearing them from a space of you don't know what to do, so I have to guide you and show you, right? When they start developing into the middle school and, high school age, where they are now developing their own mind to use, we're supposed to shift from what looks like the judge and the police officer over them that makes the rules and sets the consequences when they break the rules to somebody that now I'm helping you make your own rules. And we don't do that. We don't make that shift. And so what happens is now I'm a teenager. I'm 14, 15 up to 17, right? And I don't want to go tell the judge or the police, which is you, my mama or my daddy, right? You're that particular figure to me based on how you've been, my whole upbringing. I don't want to go tell the judge or the police officer the crime I committed. This is literally how it is. Nobody wants to walk up and say, okay, there's the officer that normally locks me up when I do stuff wrong. And then I have to go tell the officer I did something wrong. The concept is you don't tell the fucking, police or the judge that, yes, I'm guilty. You don't do that. And so if you don't take that shift along with your children, you will still be labeled by them mentally as the police officer or the judge. You the one going to arrest me, meaning reprimand me for breaking your rules. And then you the judge that's going to set the consequence or the sentence if I break your rules. I don't want to tell you shit. When it comes down to being honest about stuff like sex or mistakes I made, if you shift realistically into a space where you are willing to say out loud, my child is now setting their own rules. And I know it sounds weird to y'all that was raised by Black parents. Set their own rules. What the hell is she talking about? No. Your child, when they start to develop their own perception, their own perspective, their own mind, their own thoughts, you have to sit down with them and make them set their own standards for themselves. And then you shift into a authority figure that is just helping them be true to their own rules, their own, standards that they set for themselves, agreements they made with and for themselves. Do y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yes, and I think that's what a lot of us get lost at, because like me transitioning into adulthood, like my late teens, early 20s, I would find myself asking a lot of times, like with me and my friends' parents, like, I know they done went through this thing, or like having credit, needing to get an apartment, just different things that you realize throughout adulthood, like why they didn't prepare us. Yep. And I think that's what the respect was lost at, because I know for a fact you went through this phase. I know you was confused. I know you had to learn something. Why didn't you sit down and tell me, hey, look, this will be like this. This you need to know, because you've been through it. And it's just like, I can't even look at you saying, because why didn't you prepare me? And it's because they couldn't accept where they went wrong and just say like, hey, like you said, I fucked up, but this is where I fucked up at, and you could just...
It's because modern woman, female nature is designed to compete. Females is designed to compete with you. Females don't get along with females. That's why the number one leading relationship in domestic violence is the lesbian relationship, the lesbo relationship. Women are not designed. Female nature is not designed. Y'all both benefit from the same property rights. So the government give y'all property rights over the kids and the men in our society. So why would a property owner listen to another property owner when they realize they got property too? You see how that works? This is why them mother-daughter relationships get volatile. Because society promotes and push the mothers, the women. Now the title don't separate nothing, because that's why these young women go out there and become mothers so fast at 14 and 15 years old. Because now they want to complete the whole court. They want to complete it now. Now they know. They sat there, so their mother used this mother title to get over and get away with shit. So now they know they got the property rights. All they got to do is become a mother. And this is why they sit there and they wait for y'all to come along and take them and rescue them. Other than that, they'd be right there on their mama couch, fighting with her, scratching coochie through their pants pocket, sweatpants pocket.
avoided by doing X, Y, Z. You know?
Right.
What age does it start where they can make their own decisions?
So obviously, some kids develop faster than others, but just to be clear, when you're watching your child grow, as they become more and more opinionated and you catch them doing things where it was like, Mom, well, I thought I should do that, or you'll see it. If you're a parent that's paying attention, you will see the shift from your babies asking you before they do anything to just trying to do shit themselves. And that's when you start. And for some kids, it starts as early as 8, 9, and 10, where they are deciding for themselves certain shit down to like, well, I wanted to eat that, or Mom, I felt like I wanted to do this. This is when you start to shift your parenting style to where you help them make rules for themselves. And then when you're disciplining them, you're disciplining them because they broke rules that they agreed to follow. It's no.
And that's a fact. And it's a real shift, ma'ams. You go from being all in front, up in the video, up in the front in the video, to going in the back. You fade the background. Now you become Virgin Mary. Virgin Mary ain't do nothing for Jesus. She ain't answer no questions for Jesus. She sent everybody to her son. She said, yo, go ask him. You got to get into that. You got to learn how to grow into that form of a mother. All right? That's when you learn how to protect your kids from you. Because y'all overprotect y'all kids and y'all need to protect them from you. That's when you need to protect them from you. When they start to want to figure things out on their own, back up, ma'am. Step down. Step down.
No longer just, I'm making the rules that even if you don't like them, I'm going to still hold you accountable for following them. No, we taking a shift. Now, obviously, safety-wise, there will be certain things that as a child, no, you don't have a say in. But there needs to be certain things, if you're going to develop that relationship where you want your child to come to you and feel comfortable, there needs to be things where you sat down with them and you let them decide. You let them make the rules.
And that's a fact, yo. I never understood that. You know what it is to be head of household? Because y'all sisters, y'all think y'all really, really the truth because y'all head of these government-given, government-awarded households. To be the head of the household means you got to be the smartest, you got to be the toughest, you got to be the protector, you got to be, you know what I mean? Y'all the worst. Y'all not the smartest one in the household. Sometimes y'all be single mothers in these households and the kids, your third child be the smartest person in that house. And that's the one y'all listen to the least. But everybody got to listen to you. You the head of the household and the stupidest one in that household, yo. That shit be mind-boggling to me. That's another solution. Let's figure out how to fix that. Let's not fight it. Let's not sit there and get our ego dangled with, oh, I'm going to prove him wrong, because you're not. The statistics show you're not proving me wrong. You haven't been proving me wrong. Get you a man, sis, and cut it out.
And you feel it too, though. My daughter, she 8. She's already like that. So if I try to decide for her, she will tell me, Mommy, I'm a big girl. I'm almost a preteen. And that starts, I didn't even know she knew preteen started at 9 years.
Yep.
She was like, I'm almost a preteen, Mommy. I know what I'm doing. I know how to handle myself. I don't need you deciding everything for me.
Yes.
Like, all right.
And you need to give, you need to give her that. Even down to, some of y'all got the teens, or you remember when you were that age where, sex started to come up. Because the idea is you can tell your child whatever you want, right? Tell your kid whatever you want about sex, right? A good majority of their peers are out here discussing, looking at, being exposed to sex. So if you don't open the door for them to understand that this is a thing, it is a part of human behavior, it's going to go on around you, you will see it. Let's talk about what you want for yourself and what mommy and daddy want for you in regards to being responsible with this kind of stuff. Telling them what comes along with it, because a lot of us, we got told on the surface level, don't go out there and get pregnant. All right, your ass gonna catch something. And that's the most we got told. But there is so much more. Whatever age they're getting exposed. Whatever age they're getting exposed. Somebody.
Man, if I was you, I would start having this conversation with them at 10, bro. You be in them if you got a kid and they got that they got Roblox, and they online and they in them chats, boy, they be talking about all types of shit. That little motherfucker ready. You got a 10-year-old son, and if your daughter 10, you can start. Because these girls be developing very fast. 10 is that age, bro. 10 is that age to start because they done seen it. Go to Instagram right now. You see how all these goofy-ass old folks turned all social media into dating? I remember how it went. I remember the deterioration. I remember the sexualization of social media. Do y'all remember it too? It started around the MySpace and Tag era, right? Those platforms was popping. Those shits was all fun and games. We was all young and virgin-minded. And then MySpace just started to turn into the whole show, right? And then MySpace, everybody got so turned off of MySpace because it was just so sexualized, over-sexualized. It was like a dating app. Like, goddamn, we thought we was up here for music, you know what I mean? Us creators, you know what I mean? MySpace was like YouTube. Like, it was for creators and musicians, and you have your favorite music songs up there. And then it just got to a dating app. They turned the shit into a dating app. So everybody ran over to Facebook. Okay, Facebook kind of cool. We get to link up with old friends, old classmates, and shit like that. Then they turned that motherfucker into a whole show too. Now in everybody's story, yo, somebody naked, bro. You can't go on none of these apps, none of these platforms, and not see a naked, not see something sexualized. And it's kids too. The kids see it. The kids is on these apps because these apps were made for the kids. Remember, TikTok was Musically. TikTok was for the young kids, you little kids. They had TikTok. TikTok was called Musically, guys. Yeah. And then it just gradually shifted to TikTok. And it wasn't for no kids. That shit is not good for kids now. TikTok not good. It's nothing but depressed women up there with their little stupid stories. It's nothing but people up there trying to go viral. I told you, social media is like that unrestricted drug. It's that unrestricted liquor cabinet that's wide open. Kids could come by, snatch a fifth off the shelf, drink it, take it to the head, get drunk. You know what I mean? Come back tomorrow. There's no restrictions on this social media joint.
Put that in the chat. Yep. Whatever age they fucking getting exposed.
Yep. And it's very young.
It ain't no, I want y'all to really hear me. There is no, let me look in the textbook or Google what's the age to start talking. Whatever the fuck kind of environment you got those children in, whatever kind of environment you have those children in, determines when you're going to talk to them about that stuff.
Exactly. Like if you know you're a single mother and you know you be having them D appointments come through your house late night, you need to start talking to your child because your child not asleep and he know what time it is. And you are the one that's exposing him to the sex, not social media. No, you. So you need to have a conversation with him. Don't try to be fly and slick and cat-like. You know what I mean? And pretend that you're Miss Perfect and you're just this wholesome Christian that don't have sex. And no. Ma'am, your son, your daughter know what you did last night, ma'am. They heard you. They heard all that shit.
So some people's children aren't being exposed to that. Some of y'all kids, they done already seen ass, they done already seen sex, they done already seen porn. Maybe they have not done it themselves, but the type of house you run, right? How much you're on top of, what they're looking at, what they're not, whether there's older siblings, whether you drop them off at your sister's house with their cousins, them, they already know about it.
Yeah.
And so you can sit up and talk about, oh, I'm gonna wait till they're this age. You need to tell them kids nah, because they already seen it nah.
I love that I have an open space for my kids, love, because that was something because I couldn't do it with my mom. I made it a goal that I was going to do it with my kids. So, like, my daughter, she comes in and she talks to me about boys. And then my sons, they're open with talking to me about, like, you know, having crush and stuff at school. But, like, YouTube, it's another thing too, because your kids will be on the kids channel and there'll be stuff that they be talking about. Like, you really got to pay attention to what these people really.
Yes.
Because it exposed like my son be asking questions. Like, he come in,
yes.
I had to explain to him how the hell I got pregnant from his family. Like, and he's only 8. Just because he.
Yo, my son told me the other day, he said, Daddy, that stuff you be doing, it really is mainstream. This is exact words, his exact words. It really is mainstream. It's becoming very, very popular, Daddy. And he is 11, y'all. He 11. Salute to Kevin Samuels. Salute to the Godfather. Salute to the Godfather. When you got an 11-year-old that is seeing these videos, they're seeing the balloon challenge, they're seeing how stupid modern women are looking out here. They're seeing how men are really trying, how men are really caring, because they know if a man didn't care, a man wouldn't be on here talking about what he don't like and what the woman should do. So when they're seeing this, which I think that next generation, I told y'all, when this social media ever ends, it's gonna be, that's when the real winter gonna be coming. That's when the real winter, just like how when the crack ever ended, right? Think about this, guys. Us 80s babies, we look back at the crack ever, that's a footnote in our history, and what's one thing we know? What did we learn from that? That it did not work. We seen some bombs come up, right? We did see some people go from worst to first, and they rocked. It ain't last long, but we seen some winning, what looked like they were winning, right? Same way modern women look like they winning right now on social media, right? Now, where all those D-boys at? Where's all those gangsters and drug dealers at in 2024? They're coming home right now, right? With nothing, right? They coming home with nothing, because jail, when you do a bid like that, jail don't give you nothing. You don't get shit for doing a bid like that. You come home to nothing, right? So you same way we sat here and saw that the damage that era did, that epidemic did on that era, and they come home to nothing now. What do you think gonna happen when social media ever end, bro? And all those women who was giving all that extra hype, they ain't giving that extra hype no more. They gonna be running around here just like those released jailbirds that got felonies on their records. Ain't nobody looking to hire them. You know what I mean? All these women, and they sold their soul on social media. Nobody looking to hire them. Same shit gonna happen, y'all. Pay attention. Pay attention.
But if you understand what I'm saying, you let them on YouTube. And so this is not some, oh, my son is asking about this. You let them on that app, right? And so this is where accountability comes in, because I'm gonna tell y'all something. Some of the stuff we do as adults is we sit back and we say like, damn, why is he asking about that? A girl? These kids so grown nowadays. Your children are what you reared them to be, what environment you have them in, what you expose them to. Even for a lot of y'all, if you sit back and be honest, right? We have all these conversations about, for example, baby daddies and not want my baby daddy to bring my kids around a bunch of different women and things like that. But then if we're honest, be honest, right? Truth to yourself. How many different niggas your kids done seen, right? And I'm not saying that they seen them running in and out of your house, but them children know that you have been with a handful, if not more, of men trying to date or find somebody. So rather you think.
Exactly. And this is why, where's my vice versa individuals? Because a lot of y'all still don't know that men and women are exactly different. We are equally opposite. You see, you understand? You get where I'm going? Do I got to continue? We not the same. We not the same.
Think you exposed them to them or not, or you got your view. When you're not honest with yourself, you always sugarcoat your shit and make everybody else's shit be coated in salt. Mm-hmm. So it's easy to look at a baby daddy or a paternal grandmother and say, I'm just trying to see who y'all got around your kids. But then you be in situations with fucked up people around your kids. Mm-hmm. You just not going to admit that to yourself or the kids. And then guess what?
That's a fact. Because sometimes once you take my kid around your mama, I count that as that's a fucked up situation. You done brought my kid around the generational curse starter. Like, nah. But y'all don't look at it like that. Y'all don't look at it like that. Your mama special. Your mama more special than me.
Just like a lot of us. When we grown now, a lot of y'all can articulate, my mama had me around some bullshit people. I might ain't get molested, I might ain't get beat, but I saw some bullshit. Like she had some bullshit going on. Go ahead.
Back in the 60s, I was being looked at by grown men. Then I wasn't even 12 yet. I was developing I was developing breasts and everything. So my mother spoke to me about sex in a predator mindset. Why the things that I had to look out for. Yes. And I wasn't told, that we didn't talk about the good side of sex and getting birth control. I just watched.
See, and then they sit there and get mad when I tell y'all these women is damaged, bro. Don't mess with them. Let them heal themselves. Who damaged them? And then I tell you they mother damaged them. Don't try to play like if a man damaged them. A man ain't damaged them. These chicks be damaged and touched by a demon before they get their first boyfriend. Yo, knock it off. Knock it off. Who damaged you?
Kids around me, teenagers that were my age that were getting pregnant by whomever. And that's what made me want to go and get birth control on my own.
But I'm gonna tell
I couldn't talk to my mother.
Right. And see, I'm gonna tell you something, Ms. Marilyn. I knew I couldn't talk to my mother about it. I'm gonna tell you what we do in our community. And Frank, I know you know what I'm saying, right? When you have girls or nieces, young females in your family, we spend a lot of time talking about how you dress, right? Girl, cover up, put on some clothes that's too tight, this too short. But grown men will tell you, I don't give a damn if you got on a sweatshirt and some sweatpants, a long dress, or a turtleneck. Men see sexuality through the clothes. So there is a certain responsibility behind how you dress. But if a nigga is in that space of trying to get a woman, Frank, you know damn well me putting on a turtleneck and a long dress is not finna stop a man from lusting if I'm developed, if I got hips, ass, breasts. So some of y'all got daughters, nieces, you got young women in your family that, like Miss Marilyn said, they developing hips, breasts, all this stuff. And instead of having a conversation with them, you steady trying to dress them down. But that ain't stopping no nigga from wanting no ass.
Yeah, they dress them down because they be jealous. That's that inner envy and that inner jealousy. Remember, these modern women, they compete with the younger generation because they see themselves as still can compete. They still think that they valedictorian high school prom queen, yo. Not like men. Men see ourselves in little men. That's why we so quick to help a little man. These women see each other as competition. So she trying to cover her up because she outdo her. She sagging and dragging and shorty popping and bopping. So she trying to cover her up now. Know what I mean? Mind you, when she was popping and bopping, she ain't want nobody to cover her up. That's why she had the girl. That's why she got the young popping and bopping now. Makes no sense, bro. But it makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
No, Dorsey,
you sexy in a car with some limo tint. They can't see you. Damn, she's sexy.
Right.
You can't see it. I just know it.
My sister had the birth faster than me, and I was the oldest. Nobody looked at me, but all the men that were predators in the family, they looked at her because she had boobs and. But I was the oldest though, but they always looked at her because of her body.
Go ahead, Keisha. You were gonna say something, Gina. I'm gonna let you go after Keisha. I saw Keisha try to speak up.
Okay, it's a couple of things. The first one I will come back to is with me raising my daughter in the house with my husband, which is her father, and because I didn't grow up with my daddy, so the perspectives are different. Sitting back and letting him lead certain things is it's not so much it is kind of like a disconnect a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because I feel like me speaking up, like having that conversation with her about boys and this, that, and the third, where he just goes, we ain't talking about niggas. It ain't nothing to talk about. And I feel like when you shut it down, it leaves the door open.
Yes. And Keisha, thank you. Let me say thank you for bringing that up, because a lot of us as women are not honest and accountable that when you grow up without a father, I don't know how to have certain conversations, or you even think they're inappropriate. Now, I'm going to say this because me and Frank have talked about stuff like this, right? When you're in a relationship with a man and you have children, like daughters or, you know, young women in the household, right? And this is your partner, a adult, mature man that understands the responsibility behind being in a household with women and making sure that they feel safe. He is not going to have a problem having these conversations with you, with these young women, about how to be safe, about what to understand abuse is, about what to understand when somebody is touching you or looking at you or entertaining you in the wrong way as an older adult, or even just a family member that may be your same age.
Love Dorsey, I would say that you spot on, but after what we just watched these past 2 days, I can't agree with you fully, because these women is picking dudes that they will beat on if the dude correct them. Now that boy could have corrected that girl. Dante, he could have corrected that girl. He's seen that girl was his girlfriend, was abusing that little girl. So I don't know, bro. I don't know. These step dummies is dumb. That's it. Don't be one.
Age. Now, a lot of us have to be accountable that when you didn't grow up with your dad, you don't know how to initiate these conversations with your boyfriend or your baby daddy or your husband in regards to speaking to the children about this. So like Keisha said, you kind of just don't have the conversation.
True. True.
Go ahead, Keisha, finish the second part of your thought.
Okay, yeah, so sometimes it's a conflict because I do feel like, especially with her just entering high school, it's something that we have to talk about.
Yes.
Again, the exposure of her having older cousins and being around her friends who she's not only child, but she has friends that have, of course, older siblings and stuff like that. So I'm not oblivious to what's going on. So I do try to initiate the conversations and have those. So I do call them safe circles, you know. But I also did create a pact with with her cousins, which are like my nieces, that I know my daughter's not gonna feel comfortable with talking to me about everything. You know, even though I have the door open because that's just a natural instinct. Who wants to talk to their mom about everything right now, right? So she do have numbers and people that a trusted circle of people that she feels comfortable to go have conversations with if and when that time arises. You know?
Right. You absolutely have to have those conversations, because what kind of mother are you to not prepare your child for the stuff that you know goes on in this world? You just gonna pretend like it don't? You're gonna pretend like high school girls and you know, high school age boys, even middle school age, are not going to be presented with the opportunity to have sex, oral sex, you know, regular sex, hell, anal sex, that they're not gonna be presented with environments or opportunities or situations where they could put themselves in compromising spots with older people that are closer to adulthood. Like as soon as your child reaches that high school space, right? They 9th grade. So they 14, 15 around people that are as old as 18. There are some people that, depending on when their birthday fall, they're a grown adult attending the same school that your 14 or 15-year-old. You can't tell me that 17, 18-year-old is wrong for having hormones or wanting to have sex or wanting a girlfriend or a boyfriend. That's normal for their age category. It's your job to prepare your child to be able to navigate that. What kind of parent would you be? But now, if you never got this as a safe conversation, if you don't have that space where you've like undid this whole police officer and judge role to your child, you ain't gonna get them to open up. Like Sierra said, they're not going to open up no matter how much you demand.
And that's a fact, especially if you one of them in survival modes, in heavy survival mode parents. Your kid is in survival mode. Your kid is in the same survival mode you in. So it's nothing you could do for your kid that you really couldn't do for yourself to be out of survival mode. Because a lot of y'all think, right, because you get your kids all of this stuff and your kids is fed and clothed, that you're not in survival mode because your kids is not in survival. Ma'am, are you dumb? Are you dumb? Ma'am, you have to get yourself out of survival mode in order to get your kid out of survival mode. It is no such thing as your kid is not in survival mode, but you are. And your kids see that. And that's why your kid be making decisions. And that's why your kid be risking it for the biscuit to try to help you, but it's wrong.
When I asked my mom this before, she told me, she said, "Oh well, nobody she said nobody told me, so I shouldn't have to tell you." I'm like, "But look at the mistakes you made," and she said it doesn't matter if nobody told her.
So, cause nobody told the mama. Nobody. See, this. Remember, I told y'all just earlier. I told y'all a lot of these people is living off the fact that they're gonna damage whatever is left here because they ain't got much time to be here. They fitting to go on and meet the devil, the person they was working for the whole time while they was here, because they not going to heaven. So we gonna stop this. Everybody die. Oh, rest in peace, go to heaven. Y'all know that half of the people that died last year, they went to hell. And that's where they went, and that's where they deserve to go. So now, yes, Mr. Goodbread said that. Yeah. That's a brutally honest truth. Y'all know the tickets to heaven is already numbered, right? And when you look at it, the amount of people in this world to the amount of tickets that's there, it'll spook you. It'll spook you. But that's a whole different live. That's a whole different live, y'all.
She shouldn't have to tell me.
Right.
Said, okay.
Right.
And take that, and now I tell my little sister so that she don't go through the same thing. It's clearly her mindset. If nobody told me, you should just figure it out.
Yeah, and that's a part of generational curses. That's a part of us like carrying over the fact that your mom feel like that. That's nuts. But that's a generational curse because I'm pretty sure her mom didn't give her any real talk.
And then, love, too, what you said about them being around these, like, older kids. Like, my daughter came back and told me, like, her first week of school, like, it's like the older kids, they prey on them freshmen, too, because it was a gay, like, they were gay. And the girls kept trying to, like, basically talk, like, all her friends were like, "Hey, I'm trying to put you on. She like you." And so my daughter kept saying, me and my friend kept saying, we don't like girls. Like,
Oh wow, and that's good information. So you mean it wasn't the men? It wasn't the men being pervs to you? It wasn't the men harassing y'all? Word? Wow, that's interesting. Y'all got the link with my little one. I got a link with Nera. Find out what's going on these college campuses. Good information. Again, what are we teaching these kids? We teaching these kids it's just the boys, right? It's just the boys, right?
we don't like girls, and they just kept coming bothering them.
Mm-hmm.
So like, you gotta make them aware, because it's older kids that's at the school that's like looking at them as prey too, because they're new and fresh.
Of course.
That's so true.
But teaching, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna piggyback off what Renee said. That's so true. I remember I started high school 9th grade, I was 14, and my very first day of high school, the senior, he told me he wanted to eat my pussy. I wasn't having sex.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't it made me feel so uncomfortable. I did not want to go back to school.
Now I want you to pause in that. I want you to pause in that thought, right? You were how old?
I was 14.
Okay. You were 14, the senior was 17 or 18. The first thing society does is says, oh, that young man is nasty, or he ain't right, or why is he messing? She too young and all of this. But now think about what y'all just said as the younger person, right? Y'all mamas ain't talking to y'all about sex. Do you think that there's some father in his life sitting him down and saying, hey, son, now girls under this age is off limits for you. I'm going to tell you why. Let me explain to you what the law say. Let me tell you how. No. On the top end, boys and the older children ain't getting it neither.
And that's my point. Why are we celebrating Happy Mother's Day as hard as we celebrating it when the mothers can't teach the little girls how to protect their fish hole? The mothers can't teach these little boys how to protect their pee-pee and how to keep their hands off these girls. So what is the mothers in our community and in our society teaching, the single mothers, that is? What are they teaching these little kids? That's what I want to know. That's my point. That's why I do what I do. That's why I does it. You know what I mean? Because I want to know, what are we celebrating? Because it be hard. It don't be just 20% of mothers celebrating Mother's Day. No. Because if it was, I wouldn't say nothing, because that's about right. Why do we celebrate Mother's Day so hard, bro? Why y'all simps be breaking y'all neck to celebrate Mother's Day, bro? So hard for. What are they teaching these kids that's so astounding? They can't teach them nothing, right? They not teaching these little girls how to protect their coochie, right? They not teaching these little boys how to protect themselves and how to stop messing with little girls. So what are these mothers teaching them? Any mothers want to talk? Any mothers that feel highly offended right now because you're trying your best, you're doing your best? Anybody you wanna give us some answers? You want to blame it on the father? Any of y'all sisters that want to blame it on the fathers? Because that could be fixed, man. Give him to the father. That could be fixed real quick. Give him to the father, right? So we can skip that. We cannot distract ourselves with let's blame it on the fathers or let's talk about the dad. Let's give the kid to the father, right? And then you go see about yourself and you go make some money, right?
So at his age, it's not absurd for him to say or think things like that. It's absurd how far down in age he's going with that from an outside perspective. But a lot of these kids on neither end is getting spoken to from a space of educating them. Do y'all understand where I'm going with this?
Yes. Yes.
And it's not, I want you to understand, because the way we tell it is like, here is what I went through. Ain't no go through. The same way, like you probably haven't talked to your child for them to even be prepared for something like that to happen, is the same way that the boy who said it to them, right, wasn't talked to or prepared to go into an environment with younger girls and not say that to a younger girl because it's inappropriate. Ain't no, you went through shit. This is a bunch of things happening and it makes sense why it's happening. It's a lack of a safe space at home. Parents not being honest with their children.
And they praise boys for that. They praise boys for that. They see this when boys. Oh, go ahead.
Boys ain't doing. This is the thing. Boys not. What I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Boys are not doing anything wrong. This is what's wrong in our community. We hear this stuff and immediately you want to talk about it. And everybody want to now tell it. Yep, my cousin went through that. Girl, I went through that. You ain't go through shit. This is normal. Teenagers are gonna fuck, wanna suck, wanna lick, explore their bodies, their hormones changing, they getting their periods, their dicks getting hard, they having wet dreams, they waking up with hards on. Things that we're not, this ain't nobody going through nothing.
Yeah, my dad.
But when you weren't educated, you will believe that this is some sort of sexual trauma or all this. What it is ignorance is going on. All of the things that's physically happening to them, the stuff they send out of their mouth is regular. What's missing is lack of education in the home, not at school, in the home and with the family on what is socially appropriate when you start to develop an understanding for your sexuality. In the home, or what is, and when is the appropriate time and place to say and do these things. That's what's missing. They ain't doing nothing fucking wrong.
A lot of times when we be in relationships, especially if the kids don't belong to the man, or if you have like an uncle or somebody staying with you, some type of man respect the kids and whatnot, they see things before you see it and they try to bring it to it, and that shit turn into an argument.
Yes.
Therefore, they'll step back, and then the shit that was gonna happen, it'll happen even faster because now once the baby pregnant, they get sexualized, they get touched, or anything like that. You ready to go cuss somebody out? Cut them, shoot them.
Frank, they can't be honest. Can't be honest. I see it all the time. There's a step parent, because you know the stereotype is, watch your kids, the stepdaddy or molest them or watch you. Sometimes the stepdaddy telling your motherfucking ass that the way that you parenting is causing those children to act out and be a certain way, and they can see things coming because they view the situation with you and your children differently than what you view. And they trying to tell your ass, your daughter gonna end up getting pregnant. The way you're not putting your foot down with certain stuff, or the way you're not talking to her about this, or you don't see how she moving with this. Your son fucking, some little girl finna come say you a grandma. Now I'm telling you now, and we don't want to hear it.
Yeah, it's a bad look.
Ask this before we get too far off. Renee said earlier about her child watching YouTube and how the video could start off as a children's story and then turn into something inappropriate.
if your children have had permission to do that, and then you learn, hey, this was going on YouTube, let me stop that. What does the conversation look like to say, I know I allowed this in the past, but we're not doing it now? Like
it looks direct.
But I'm saying you had a live before where you was like, if you fucking somebody wrong, and then you try to say, okay, well, let's use condom. You can't turn around like that. You should have started out with it.
Yes, absolutely. So it needs to be where a lot of y'all will create a terrible relationship with your child if you try to take the device cold turkey. So you need to start with some restrictions or limitations. A lot of things that you find online, it comes from the more time you spend.
And that's a fact. They know them kids are flip. If you take that crack from them kids, because I told you social media is an unrestricted drug, and these kids is running around here high off of it. You ever try to take a crack rock from a crackhead? Take one of them phones from one of them kids, B, when they deep in the zone in one of them games. Man, listen, exactly identical.
Eventually, you start seeing certain shit that is getting weird, right? Stay on the internet long enough, certain stuff is coming up. So a start would be limiting the time frame in which they're allowed to spend on there, and then also making them intentional, meaning you could have them even make a list of the things that, okay, here is your 2 hours or your hour of being on the internet, and tell me what sites or what pages you want to go on. And I only want to see you on those. So this is allowing me to let you set rules for yourself. Because I ain't saying you can only go on these pages. Tell me what pages you want to go on, right? So I can make sure on my end as a parent, I stay on top of what these pages are posting, right? Or tell me what TikTok accounts you follow, and here's your time frame to be on it. And after that, you're going to get off of it. But I'm also going to have a conversation about why. But now let me tell you this. This is where the adult accountability comes in. And when we was reading Insight 24, and it says no good habit will stick if you're not taking care of yourself, right? If as a parent, you always ripping and running. If as a parent, you always on the internet for hours and hours, it could be spread out in increments of 20 or 30 minutes, but you a good part of your day is on there. If you as a parent is not organized and stable with your time to take care of yourself, or you always stressed out or into some crazy ass relationship or going through it with somebody, guess what? You're not going to stick to that good habit of limiting your child on that. It will eventually go back to what it was. And if you're
And that's a fact, and that's key, ladies. Remember when, the guys used that Ephesians verse to get y'all to shut up and control y'all? Your brother, Mr. Goodbread, would never do that. That Ephesians verse, when God say he don't suffer y'all to teach, he don't want y'all to teach in the church, he don't want y'all to open your mouth in the church. That is a reminder of how powerful y'all actions are. These kids, watch y'all. You can tell them all day, sit down, fly, this, that. And that shit can go on one ear, out the other. But if you cleaning up, if you taking care of yourself, if you setting great self-care habits, the kids is going to follow you. The kids is going to follow you, bro. I tell y'all, Miss Goodbread don't have to ask these kids to clean up. Don't have to tell these kids nothing. She come in, she do it, and everybody see it. Because they get a lot of time to practice being emotional intelligent here. Because all she's saying, ladies, is try to set up single mothers. What dads do is dads set up a point system. Dads set up a video game system type shit. Where if you do something, you get something. A plus B will give you C. That's how we were raised. That's how we are programmed. We are programmed to be systematic and structured. If we do A, and if we do A and B, we will always get C. That's why we're very good at games. We're very good at games. We play games very, very well because it's programmed in us, ladies. Y'all gotta set point systems. Y'all gotta try to set little video game systems for your kids instead of taking this I am God. I am God. Y'all take this I am God role, bro. And remember, we got a jealous God. So your kid can't even worship you as God. Your man can't worship you as God. You shouldn't think that you are God. We have a jealous God, bro. Let God be God, all right? And you pour into yourself. How about that? That's a solution, sis. That is a solution. He don't suffer you to teach or speak because your actions, you can move the room with your eyes. I mean, y'all exaggerate with them little dumbass eyelashes. So you something, your intuition is telling you something about your eyes that you got to go out there and exaggerate it. So why don't you use your God-given skills? Use your God-given skills more, sis, and stop fucking with the devil.
In front of them, not being responsible with your device, meaning for me to tell my
Hey, my homegirl, my sister, LaFay. I got the package, LaFay. Y'all stick around and watch the video to the end. At the end of the video, I'll do the unpacking. I will unbox it. I got it. I will cam up. Let me get camped up ready while this go on, cause I'ma unbox it. Wow, live on the show. Thank you, LaFay. And Miss Goodbread, she like it. She said it smells very good. So it's up, yo. Definitely. Salute to the sister, yo.
My children limit their time on there, but they see me on my phone nonstop, looking on Instagram and Facebook and TikTok. This shit is not gonna uphold. Go ahead, somebody was gonna say something.
I wanted to speak on what y'all was talking about a minute ago about the kids, being a step parent and the kids doing what they doing, and the other parent don't, understand what you seeing in a child. Like, I'm a witness to that. I've seen my stepdaughter, she was touching on my biological daughter, and I've told it to her mama and said it over and over. And one day I walked in the room and they was humping.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And she like, oh, well, I ain't gonna tell you nothing about telling the kids nothing no more. I ain't gonna, because it was always, oh, you always picking on my.
Yeah, she didn't want you to be right. Mike, she didn't want, listen, go ahead.
I'm always seeing, I'm going to correct it every time I see something. I'm on my kids hard. Like, I don't play that, none of that disrespect, nothing, extra or whatever like that. So I'm on them hard. I'm watching y'all, making sure y'all doing what y'all supposed to be doing. So when I see something going on that I don't approve of, hold on, y'all need to correct that. You know what I'm saying? And so when I seen it, she, I ain't going to tell you nothing no more. I see where you was going at with it. I trust you now. This. I'm like, man, this something that, we got to get better with that, because if I'm being in life, this got to get better. Like,
yeah, but I'm gonna tell you something, Mike. A lot of women run good men off with that type of behavior.
That's a fact. They want to be the good cop and the bad cop. They don't want you to get, and I'm gonna tell you something, ladies. Y'all got to get that jealousy out your system. Kids like the dad. The broke dad, the busted dad, they like their father, yo. It don't matter. And I understand you do everything for these kids. You do everything. You give them the clothes off your back, and they still want their dad. He don't give them the clothes off his back, but they still want their dad. And guess what? Because you didn't protect your fish hole, you don't get to tell him that he don't get to see his other half, because it takes two to make a baby, sis. It takes two to make a baby, sis. Understand that.
They run good men off with that type of behavior. Meaning, a man has to genuinely be in a space where he really care, or is in a season in his life where he's willing to go through that with you, because a good majority of men that know they good men, they finna leave. Bitch, if I'm trying to tell you good, corrective, constructive shit for the household to be ran better, for these kids to be in a healthy environment, for us to be on them in ways where they understand structure, and you don't want to listen, right? I'm out of here. The other...
Exactly. And guys, Love Dorsey just explained why they are single by choice, while 2024 marks the highest ever full of single women. This has been it's so many single women. Ain't no year ever have this many single women. So when I tell you what social media was set out to do, it did it. It worked. So it's only but so many years left we have with this social media era, and it's already fixed. It fixed it. It did what it needed to do. So now it could go, just like the crack era. It did what it needed to do, and then it went. So we got the highest rate of single women on the planet ever. Understand that. It did what it needed to do, divide and conquer.
The part of it is a good majority of women coming from single mother households or lack of their father or seeing their father be able to make decisions or have a say-so like you're trying to do, they don't respect that in their boyfriends, their husbands, the person they in a relationship with. So it comes across as controlling or a certain kind of way when Mike, the stepdaddy, is saying certain stuff about how I let the kids behave. And so now I'm triggered. I'm offended. I don't want to tell him certain stuff because I don't want to be made to look wrong, because I don't like how it feels when I get correction from a man, because I ain't have my daddy in my life when I was growing up. Or the way my household was set up, my mama mostly made the rules or set the standards and things like that. So it's uncomfortable. And you will run off a good man every time. Grown men understand, even from a spiritual space, you cannot protect and provide for what you cannot control. And when I say control, I don't mean from a manipulative, like negative control.
They know exactly what you mean, love, because those be them dumb big back chicks in my comments talking about men's supposed to lead. Well, men's supposed to lead, and they think they really flexing. They think they really saying something monumental, something cute, like dummy. Men gotta lead what want to be led. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Remember.
Holding space. But if you with a woman that you don't have any influence over her or the children, bro, you can't protect them. You can't provide and you can't lead them.
That's one of them things that make you feel like you when a man dating a woman like that got kids like that, and they see that in them kids, we care so much. So when we tell a woman they don't believe us, it's like we gotta figure out how to show her because we need some evidence to prove this, and we go over and beyond to do that shit. We get tired of that shit. That's the shit that pisses nigga off.
Can I just add very quickly?
Go ahead, Omo.
And see, that's the thing. A real dude is not going to go above and beyond to show you. The least a real dude going to do, he going to sit back and he going to watch it fail. And then when you think he's supposed to be a man and help you pick up the pieces because he allowed you to play dumb, that's when he going to dip on you. That's when he going to dip. That's when we out. Now we out. We didn't control you. We didn't manipulate you. You know what I mean? We stayed out your way. We let you do it. We let you keep your little know-it-all helmet on because your mama did it like that. She's single like a Pringle, but your mama did it like that. So we done asked you already one time. Remember, us real dudes, we gonna ask you one time, who did that work for? Where did you get that information from? And who did that work for? That's all. That's all real dudes is gonna ask you. It's no argument. I ain't gonna argue with you and shit. No. I know. I'm just asking you, where did you get that from and who did it work for? And then let you proceed to fall right on your face, bro. And then I'm out. No plastic surgery.
I want to give from this perspective. I'm not a mom, but growing up with parents who didn't talk to me about these things or introduce boys to me in a particular way, it was more like Miss Marilyn said, from a predatory angle, like look out for this or look out for that.
Yes.
There was no healthy speaking about it. If you don't talk about it now, it will show up when they're older, because then we won't pick good husbands. There's no way we're going to know how to pick a good wife or a good husband. Actually having the experience of being in a relationship, having a boyfriend, or being able to talk about that boyfriend, even if parent didn't have a good experience, by talking about it and creating that environment, that gives me the opportunity to make that you're going to tell children, don't go out until, like, my parents are Nigerian, so it's a little bit of a cultural thing, but they were like, you can't go out, study, do your books, this, that. And when I hit 19, then I was like, well, where's the boy? Where's the husband? Go out there and find them. How am I supposed to interact with them if you told me to go near them? Or you told me not to talk to them? Or when I did like them, I couldn't talk to you about how I felt about liking them because it was weird to you. So now, when I'm a grown woman and I feel certain things, or like if I didn't have a boyfriend who knew early on in life when I was like, 18, 19, 21, where he corrected me and I learned how that was. I talked to my mom, I talked to the people. When I grow up to be now 26, 27, 35, for example, and I meet that man who corrects me, I'll be able to take it better, even if I didn't have my dad, because I had the experience in the environment where I could talk about these things and learn about these things.
100%. Now, if you look at it on the flip side, I love what you said, Omo, because if you even look at it on the flip side, right? When you go into households and you see young boys that it is now, okay, a stepfather in the home and he's telling you, hey man, take the garbage out. Now, these are things that you as a young man, you know, when your mama tell you to do this, to do that. Now it's a fight over the territory. And Ma, you got this man here, almost like that whole storyline in Baby Boy. It turns into a space where there's so much trauma and dramatizing and in feelings where we can't rear these children together. We're so off with our viewpoints on, you know, how the children should be raised or what they should be told. And the kids are even seeing this. And so you got men that are more comfortable with a woman guiding and leading and telling them. And this is why I stress so much about what single mother households do to our culture. So many women get triggered instantly when I start talking like this. But in reality, it creates a terrible fucking product, and it does damage to our community, where you have young men that will listen to women over listening to other men, and a woman can't tell you how to be a man. So now,
and that's a fact, yo. She just touched on it, yo. She just, you know, it's a lot of dudes out there that they can't listen to my content, boy. I remind them of their mama, and it ain't my fault. I'm not your hell of a mother, bro. Your hell of a mother cursed you out. She called you the same words I use over here. So I know I trigger you, sir. But you're not going to get no better over there sitting there listening to grandma. I know y'all love running to grandma. I get a lot of grandma watchers on my channel. Some of y'all send my content to her. So, you know what I mean? So she could react to the same stuff that I'm reacting to. But grandma not going to help you be a man. Grandma's supposed to be over there helping the women in their femininity, right? But grandma ain't helping no women in their femininity. We ain't see grandma doing no cooking videos, teaching women how to cook, teaching women how to be submissive. Grandma over there trying to rock out like she one of us, right? She in them streets like she one of us guys, right? But you weak dudes, you weaklings, y'all run over there and y'all preach, because y'all need to hear this quality information from a woman. Because it's like your mama. It's like you got to hear it from a bitch that remind you of your mama. And it's sad. Y'all nasty work, too. You know that? A beta male is just a modern woman with a penis. You know that, right? I don't like y'all. Y'all do know. I despise y'all, bro. I hate y'all more than I hate the modern woman, bro. Dead ass. No cap. Gino, you know.
Hate now, goddammit. Don't start hating now. You wasn't hating when the motherfucker was living, goddammit. Now the motherfucker.
And you weak men that chase women, you gonna chase them right to hell. Yeah, I got a good wife, but there ain't a woman on the planet good enough for me to chase. I don't believe in running behind no woman. I don't chase booty. If I got to chase my wife, then I'm gonna have to keep chasing her to keep her. Moment you start chasing that woman, you're gonna have to keep it up. And once she see you chasing her, she gonna deliberately do things that make you run her down. I chase God. I won't never chase a woman long as I'm black. And as far as I know, God ain't changing my color. I have no respect for no man that chase a woman.
Guys, let's take a break from the content and let's hit that like button. Let's subscribe if you're new over here. And don't forget to hit that bell.
Now, you see in relationships, men and women arguing like two chicks. Two females. That's how it's, you got boys that were raised for years by nothing but a woman. And so when they become a man, they have the emotional capacity, the emotional maturity of a female. Because humans, from a child into adulthood, we emulate, we model, we imitate what we see. And so if for all of my 17, 18 years, I interacted with boys out in the streets, but at home, I seen nothing but a woman make life decisions, right? I see a woman solving real life problems. I'm going to go about life like a woman until I go to college and get in a fraternity or play some sports and tie in with a coach or a mentor or somebody outside of that to consistently show up in my life and show me other behaviors. I'm going to mostly behave mentally, I ain't talking about the physical, mentally like a woman. And so what happens is now when we get in the dating pool and we get ready to date, we got men that they go about conflict, resolve, and arguments like a female. And some of y'all have experienced it. You in a relationship with a man.
Yeah, we see it every day. A lot of us will sit here and we'll laugh at Blueface. We'll laugh at him, right? Because he operate like a little female. But then when you look at his mama,
This coochie still get wet. I'm not 52, I'm 22, so don't be telling me to grow up. Tell your mama to grow up, okay? I didn't get to be a kid, and I'm about to be a kid tonight. Like Toys R Us. Yes, honey, I'm about to be ghetto and all that, okay? This the birthday weekend. 6 out about to pull up, so make sure y'all go subscribe. Let me know how y'all feel about my 52-year-old ass birthday. And don't be hopping on there talking about she need to grow up and act her age. Ain't gonna happen, okay? This coochie still get wet. And this is my age.
it's the head bob for me. Be that head bob. I told y'all about the head bob, yo. I told y'all that's the not all head bob right there, boy. That's a married woman. She married to a simp, remarried woman, married to a simp, but then still carry on like that, bro. A mother. But they want to talk about the men, though. They want to talk about the fathers. Then we wonder why Blueface is the way he is.
And you're supposed to be the emotional, unstable, female, feminine creature that your hormones have you off and you go off at times and you come in with an attitude. Something. It's supposed to be female behavior, bitch behavior, womanly behavior. You fast forward, you look at the dating pool, niggas acting like this. You come in the house, your man got an attitude, you asking, babe, what's wrong? He nothing. Nothing. He acting like a straight female. Woman, you say something, you get argumentative or catty from a female perspective because it's certain stuff that we do just being women, chicks, right? This nigga start clucking back like a chick. And this is why you see so much more domestic violence and men unable to manage themselves when a woman is mouthing off. So now y'all in there fighting like two chicks because in all reality, he identifies with what you identify as, a bitch. He just don't know it. And I ain't talking about no gay or no trans. I'm talking about a man with the mental or emotional capacity of a woman. And then you got women that this is so the norm to them that if you a man like how Mike described, or like what Frank be talking about where, okay, I'm finna be quiet when you go to acting crazy and getting disrespectful because as a man, I know I ain't even supposed to be fighting with you. You get upset or act like I don't care about you because I won't fight with you. Because I won't engage in the bullshit. Because you so programmed that a man is supposed to behave the way you seen a lot of these bitch ass niggas behave. Right, Linwood, you took the words dead out my mouth. Go ahead, Frank.
That shit is dangerous. For real. I understand that shit on another level. That's why I don't even engage in that shit. I say some slick shit like, hey, keep on, I'm gonna go beat your dad up. I gotta find a way to deal with it because I don't feel like leaving right now. Sometimes they get tired of leaving.
Right.
You just like, come on, just.
Nah, you never get tired of leaving, bro. You never get tired of leaving, bro. You only get tired of leaving when you thought you manipulated your way into a place you shouldn't have been in the first place, bro. Now I told y'all a lot of you simps, y'all like going up in these women's stores, dropping shit on purpose so that you have to have a reason to be there, bro. And that come back to bite you in the end. Because it don't even be the woman you be invested in on. You be invested in on all the shit you bought her crib. The living room set, the TV on the wall, the kids stuff. That's what you be clinging to that. That's why you stay. That's why you don't want to leave. If God came back right now and told you, yo, here, I give you everything you invested back in this, but you will leave. You will leave today, my G. So let's knock it off.
Just chill out, you know? But then you ain't shit out. All of you don't know what the fuck is. Yeah, that shit right there get old.
100%.
And as a female, Dorsey, it became, when I was dating a dude like that, I said, oh, hell no, he act like a female.
Yep.
And because I did have a dad in my home, it started to make me nervous that he would do something to me. Like,
he will. Chrissy, he will. I gave you the statistics on, even for women, especially black women that's pregnant, the number one reason, right? The high percentage reason of deaths in pregnant black women is being killed by their baby daddy or a lover while they're pregnant. That's the number one killer in pregnant black women. It ain't some medical like condition or complications with the pregnancy. It's niggas off in your ass. They will do something to you. It is imperative. It is important that fathers and men get back involved with the upbringing of fucking boys and young male children. And for me, so when I hear women disagree with what I'm saying, it's like y'all got to be nuts to think that our culture is supposed to continue on with women raising men. This is not natural. And this is why you're seeing so much bullshit. This is why it's so easy for the governmental programs that broke down black families to continue this on, because we're continuing it on. We're defending independent shit where a woman is stuck with children. We're mind fucking ourselves to believe that a child support payment is consequence enough for a man if he don't want to take care of the kids. And we believe that we're doing a good job by raising these children by ourselves, and the boys are growing up with the emotional and mental capacity of a fucking woman. And the females are growing up hard and masculine and tough and unnurturing and not being able to be feminine because they have to fucking coexist in relationships with, like Chrissy said, a nigga that'll slap the shit out of you like he a woman.
Okay. Like the random coming in because you mad, slamming doors and shit. That shit used to make my anxiety high. I'm like, you good? I just had a bad fucking day. What? Coming in the house, slamming the door like I did. It just gave me anxiety. I said, oh, I can't do this.
But even me and Frank have had conversations about, as a young boy growing up, there being a lack of influence from your father. So him having to figure it out on his own on how to manage himself, because there are times where you want to slap the shit out of a bitch. But if you don't have that other side to where it's like, okay, no, this is, as a man, this ain't what I'm supposed to be doing. This ain't what, and depending on your influence, you got some environments that will encourage you to do so. Even just arguing.
And see, salute and God bless. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. And thank you, CeeLo. Thank you, Moose. Thank you, Speed. Thank you, all the OGs that I grew up around in my neighborhood, 117th in Madison. Thank y'all, cause I remember my mom's raised me, no dad. I know my dad, and my mom's and my dad didn't have beef, and my mom's never said anything crazy about my dad, but my dad, he went back and forth from Trinidad to here, so I know of my dad and I've met him. I chilled with him, went out to eat a couple of times with him. But my mom's raised me, guys. My mom's raised me. So if you're a single mom raised kid, do understand, you can break the curse, bro. All you gotta do is put in the work. Don't let nobody try to tell you. You know, I'm gonna tell you a secret. You're gonna break the curse faster than these two-parent household kids. I mean, you close to the God. They gotta do some work to get there, because they gotta fight that fairy tale, and they gotta fight that delusion that they in, because they seen love. So now they gonna go try to match that love that they seen out there in these corrupt people, and they in for a tough, they're in for a rude awakening, right? But let's talk about us for a minute. We close to the God because our mother is not right. And God say, you supposed to cut it off so that the cancer don't spread. So one cancer already gone. So now we only responsible for cutting one other cancer off and going to get that knowledge for ourselves and becoming great. And it's doable, guys. It's doable. I did it. I did it, bro. You could do it, bro. You do not have to stay weak. You do not have to stay a sheep, bro. You got to do it. Nobody going to come do it for you. You got to do it.
I know y'all know some people that in a relationship, they don't physically fight, but bitch, they be going back and forth, just arguing like two females. And some of y'all dudes, you have dated women that they believe that you're supposed to sit up and just go back and forth with them. All the time, just just back and forth. Go ahead, Shantae.
I'm gonna speak for myself. I used to be in a space where I was doing all that arguing back and forth when I was younger. And the dudes that I was dating when I was younger, they was on that same frequency. They were arguing back and forth. They was It got physical and everything. Like it was very, 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 very toxic. But fast forward to today, my dude now, if I get upset, he'd be like, "Shantae, calm down."
Yeah, because the energy and the spirit of a man, the presence of a grown man that's in his, you know, what I could say, for lack of a better phrase right now, his masculinity or his leadership or his understanding that I am not what these feminine creatures are. I am not that. Like, this is regardless of what your sexual preference is, to understand in the presence of a woman, I'm still a man. Linwood and I have had conversations about this. Your preference on who you have sex with can be.
That's a fact, guys. You got to understand, no matter how you look, no matter how much money you have in your pocket, you, as a man, have value, have premium value, have the most value in our society. Everything centered around your value. You are the prize. I don't care how much money you have in your pocket. I don't care about none of that anecdotal stuff, bro. As a man, you are valuable, bro. Your body alone your body and its organs is worth 1 million cash. You are the prize, bro. Stop playing. You got to treat yourself like that, though, bro. You got to treat yourself like that. Can't walk around here and expect people to treat you how you don't even treat yourself, bro. You's a dummy if you think people gonna treat you how you don't even treat yourself. Remember, women like the guys that like them, but women love the guys that love themselves, bro. Y'all think that shit just some shit that people just be saying just cause it sound cute. Bro, that's a fact, bro. Don't go chasing waterfalls, bro. Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you used to, bro. Trust me, bro. Like the people that like you. You better off.
Whatever it is, it still don't change what you are. And so if you take even Linwood and another female, the idea is I don't want to stand up here if I'm Linwood and argue with this woman like I'm a woman. Like, I got my preference, but I'm not no bitch. Like, I'm not finna sit up and cackle back and forth with you as if I'm a woman as well. And we're equal, because the idea is gay or straight. The minute you put your hands on that woman, your ass going to jail, Linwood, like you Frank or anybody else.
Yep, exactly.
Facts. And that's the end goal. That's why she going back and forth with you, trying to act like she's equal to you, knowing damn well y'all ain't equal. Again, if men and women was equal, if it was vice versa, then it wouldn't be like that. That what she just said wouldn't be true. That's a fact what she just said. Remember that. Ain't no vice versa. And remember, fellas, you are the stronger vessel. You are the stronger vessel, bro. You don't get no points for knocking a chick out, bro. You get no points for that, bro. I don't care how big her mouth is. You shouldn't even be able to, she shouldn't even be comfortable talking to you like that. That means you tolerated something. That means you letting her slide somewhere. Now she's starting to ice skate and you mad. You shouldn't have let her slide, bro. That's all I mean. But under no circumstances do you ever need to hit a bald head roach, bro. You really don't. They already hurt. These chicks hurt. They walk around here hurt, fake tough, hurt, bro. That's a defense mechanism. These bitches is hurt, bro. You don't got to put your hands on them. They hurting, bro. Trust me when I tell you. Trust your bro. I'm telling you. I ain't lie to you yet. These women hurting, bro. They hurting. And they stop by my channel, but I'm going to pick the scab. Salute to my sisters with sense.
Attest to that, though. Like,
but you're right.
This guy that I've been dealing with for like the last 9-10 months, like, he's so in his masculine and emotionally mature. One day I was like really, really upset. So he called me and he's talking to me. And I was kind of, giving off a little attitude or whatever. But he was so calm about it. And just, he was like, I'm gonna ask you again. He was like, how you doing? And he was just so calm. I didn't do nothing but talk to him calmly.
Right.
Even though I was upset and I got out everything that I got out, but I got it out calmly. And he was just so understanding. And it made me feel good because I was like, damn, I was ready to be, cussing and fussing. And
You see why you the prize, Kings? Look how all of them with their retarded stories, and it took a man to have to sit there and do all this extra shit. Like, look how all of them beat up and battered with mental illness, HPD. And every picture you see now, right, you see the man pouring into the woman like, oh, like, sisters, y'all better go pour into yourself. Y'all better go pour into yourself and stop looking for men to pour into you. These men got to get to work, sisters, to get you up out of poverty. They do not got time to spend on your fake high maintenance self. And when I say high maintenance, I'm not talking about your hygiene because we know you're nasty. I'm talking about your mentality, because you walk around here sick and you do nothing about fixing you. And you think it's a man's job to come and fix you. You hear these stories, guys? That's why I love these Zooms. That's why I love these private Zooms. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure y'all support the channel, because this is a paid Zoom. I hope Love don't get mad at me for leaking one of her paid Zooms. But I got to bring my people to content. And this is a conversation that need to be had. Y'all get it for free. Just hit the like button.
I ain't even have to do all that.
Yep. But that's that dynamic. Go ahead.
Yeah. I respect that so much.
It's that dynamic. Now, just to bring what I'm saying full circle, how many of y'all as women have experienced dating a man that behaved in these ways that I'm talking about, and when you got to the root of it, his mom was one of his biggest supporters?
Bingo.
Straight up. His mama was his number one. Daddy was nowhere around. Yup.
I know about this shit.
And that's why the channel was created, gang. And that's why we're here. That's why we're here. Because these mothers touch every single human being that's on this planet, evil or not, first.
Demon came with his penis and put it in my mouth. And then he came again and he slept with me last week, and I told the pastor that I need deliverance again. And since then, my private part has been itching.
You've been itching?
Yes.
Okay. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Demon came.
It's crazy that you said that, because I swear, like, when you go through that, you end up dealing with everything that he feels about his mom. He'll treat you that way.
But also, don't stop there. She's his biggest supporter because half of that bullshit he got from who? And this is why when you hear me talk about, this is why when you hear me talk about the subject of single mothering, whenever it's presented, people immediately think about themselves as a single mother. What they don't think about is the many of men they've dealt with that was raised by a single mother that developed the ways of a woman.
Exactly, but that be that ego and pride and selfish nature. The selfish female nature in women where they can't even think. Another thing they don't think about is those be women that tend to have sons, that are raising sons. It's a lot of women with man-hate energy in them that raise sons, that have sons, 7 and 9-year-old kids, boys, but they're on the internet with so much man-hate energy. That shit, I don't understand that, Love Dorsey. I do not understand it. That shit mind-boggling. That triggers me. That triggers me.
From being mostly influenced by their mother, and then they end up in a space where when you go to try to sort through and be in a relationship with a man like that, you end up having the mama in on your relationship. And
Exactly. Sisters with sense, please get y'all pencils. Please pull up. Please take note. I tell y'all that I need y'all help. I need y'all. We got to fight. We got to take fight on these mothers. I get it. Y'all got coochie. Y'all all got the fish hole. Y'all all might benefits, but y'all all don't got integrity. See, y'all sisters with sense got integrity. So us real dudes, we don't mind leveling the playing field for a sister that got integrity. We don't mind giving y'all the first wave of feminism rights because y'all got integrity. But the problem is our wicked culture, our wicked society, they gives the rights and the feminism to the chicks that ain't got no integrity. That's dangerous. Because you put power in the wrong hands and people usually earn their death. Salute the L. Dot.
A lot of times she's not willing to be honest about the wicked ways of her son. I've seen many of mothers, right, that you they baby mama, and they don't care to even admit that what their son doing to you is wrong, even though they could say, I wouldn't want a man to do that to me. But they still won't validate that your feelings and what you're going through with your babies, that you had with her son, she's never going to admit that her son is wrong. And they deem this some sort of loyalty.
And don't get my love because I realized that in my relationship, I was like, oh yeah, this nigga got mafia issues because I see where he get it from.
But everybody loyal to the sin. Everybody tied to the sin. That's why it's funny, because I'm going to tell you something else too, right? Because with all that said, the woman that's speaking and getting it off her chest right now, she ain't got no father. She ain't got no father. So what does that say? You see how, you see where, that's where it go wrong at. That's where it go wrong at, because ain't nobody doing the work to become who they truly are, their organic self. Everybody's sitting around looking for somebody else to come give them something so that then they can go and become their. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. But let's proceed. But this is very interesting to see how you play the point the finger game. Now is becoming the point the finger game, and nobody want to look at themselves. But these people paid to come to Zoom and to get it off their chest.
And ain't no daddy be here, so yeah, that's where it is.
But we're defending as a culture in large groups, single parenting. So it's like when somebody bring up you and your kids, like, no, single mother households ain't that bad. But when somebody bring up that nigga that you had them kids with, and we talk about what kind of product he is coming from a single mother household, now you got a bunch of opinions about this single mother shit. And yeah, I seen his mama.
Exactly. And that's, you see the strategy, Love Dorsey. I don't appreciate you breaking down my strategy. This is why I be laughing in them comments. I be in them comments laughing like, look at this mental health patient, yo. Look at this bitch. And then y'all, period. Don't tell me nothing. Y'all get real sassy with your little comments. Y'all be getting real sassy with your little comments. Then I could pull up another comment where I was talking about a similar topic, but it went your direction, and you over there like, preach, King. We need you. You a real brother. But then I talk about that same topic, but put it on the female or the mother, and it's, oh, you got issues with your mother. You got issues with your mother. You can't make this up.
Condoning his bullshit, and his mama knew that he was fucking with another girl while I was pregnant. His mama knew because the girl was coming over her house, and his mama know that I was going through certain stuff and he wasn't there, and they knew my baby was sick and they didn't even bring no medicine or no clothes. And we got all this stuff to say when it come down to how a nigga that's a product of a single mother household is doing us. But as a culture, we need to nip this shit in the bud altogether. The shit is not healthy. For the babies, for us as women trying to date these men, for men trying to date us as women that have had no experience with a masculine figure or a man telling us what to do or helping in our upbringing or influencing us.
I'm glad my kid's mother, she was not like that. She absolutely was not like that. If she felt like he was doing some fuck shit towards me, she spoke up on that shit. And she would talk to me about, because we was younger when we had them kids, and it wasn't all fucked up. It wasn't always bad in the relationship. But if she seen him doing some shit that she didn't like, that she wouldn't put up with, she was on his head about that shit. And she always told me, that's my son, but I'm a woman first.
Okay. And so now listen.
I absolutely love her.
So now listen. Sounds noble, right? But who raised him?
Right.
Just for the
Right. And she fell for it. You heard her? She, not him, not mine. They always try to distance themselves, but the evidence be what it be. Please, my sisters with sense, please pay attention to what you say. Make sure it's authentic, because a lot of people be in denial and they sound stupid, yo. They sound stupid. Now look at her. She about to retract. Oh, cause not my baby mother, not my baby father mother. She was on his head top. Ma'am. She raised him. Like, what's wrong with you? So that's not, she's supposed to. Oh man, bro.
Her and her husband.
Okay.
His father had passed away when he was young.
Okay, they raised him.
Grow up in it.
Right, but they raised him. Listen to what I want you to understand what I'm saying. When I speak on this stuff, I'm not saying that every single 2-parent household develops a perfect product. The statistics show that the majority, the higher percentage of fucked up individuals in prisons and throughout life come from single parent households. So I will say this about parenting overall. Regardless, you are responsible for the type of product that you create. Our culture loves to believe that, oh, you can do everything right and raise them right and they will still go out in the world and do some crazy shit. Not true. There is a
big facts, big lie. Big lie. That's a big lie. Your little man went out in the world and did some stupid shit because you ain't teach him nothing, dummy. That is not a fact.
Small percentage of people that is their story. The majority, that's not y'all fucking story. That y'all got fucked up ways from fucked up shit he's seen that y'all not willing to admit was fucked up. Think about what I said damn near an hour ago in this Zoom. There is stuff as adults to our children we're not willing to admit was not appropriate or not okay for them to see.
Yeah.
There are certain things that our children are experiencing that a lot of times as adults, we don't care about their experience. We don't sit down with our 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old kid and say, hey, do you like living here? Do you like how mommy treats you? We ain't asking these fucking questions. So when they get grown and we see them making undisciplined decisions repeatedly and not following the things that we say we reared them on, you got to ask yourself, was I really doing what the fuck I thought I was doing? How many of y'all come from a household, watch this, watch how real it get in this moment. How many of y'all come from a household that if I ask y'all mama right now, she gonna say everything was all good, but you gonna say that shit was fucked up?
Love. Can I say something?
How many, but just take a second before you ask me that. There's a lot of y'all that if I talk to y'all mama, y'all grandma, whoever raised y'all, they gonna say they did the best they could. Your ass should be grateful they did one, and you gonna say, man, she was a narcissist, man. I love her, but man, she used to do us wrong, or man, she.
Exactly. In fact, if you had the rights, you would have left like your daddy did. Let's stop playing. You couldn't leave. That's all. Cause the exact same thing she did to you is the exact same thing she did to your daddy. It's just that your daddy can leave. You can't. Understand that. Let's talk about it, love.
Teach me this, so man, she wanted a safe space for me to talk about her, man. I had to get out as soon as she found out I was having sex, or I had to, so miss me with all that shit about, oh, he had his mama and his dad. If a motherfucker out here living and really in their habitual behavior, doing fucked up shit to their own kids, their own family that they chose to create, there is trauma there. Give a damn because they mama telling you, girl, you wrong. You did some shit as a mother, or y'all had some shit going on. People don't just end up fucked up.
It sure don't. This is learned behavior.
Ears stick out to get away from your face. Well, your mama is
Hold it, wait a minute. Don't bring anyone mother into this. She ain't here. If it wasn't for your mother, you wouldn't be here. So remember, when you put down one mother, you put down mothers all over the world.
Treat her right. Treat your mother right. Treat her right. Treat her right.
And if you didn't do it, you environment to expose them to that. Some parents know I didn't show my child this, but the neighborhood we lived in, because I was broke and poor when I had them, they seen all kind of bullshit.
I say it all of the time, right? I say it all of the time. They have y'all in these poverty neighborhoods for their comfort, because that fit them when they were single and they wanted to be cheap and stingy. So they stayed in them neighborhoods, right? Then they decided to have you in these neighborhoods. Then they look you dead in your face and tell you you could be anything you want to be. Well, that's a lie, because from jump, the soil you planted in got some limitations on you. It got some limitations. So unless she plan on getting you up out of that soil and planting you in some new soil, you gonna be limited to the things you could be when you grow up. And that be the number one thing that they do to these kids in the Black community. That's why a lot of the kids in the other communities get a head start, while our community full of kids is digging their mama out of that generational curse. So they ain't even so it's not even that they don't get a head start. They don't even get a proper start, because they start off from the back. They start off from the back of the line, digging out some shit that should have been fixed. Because the woman that raised them and thought that was a good decision to bring them into this was here already for a couple years, had a chance to fix that and figure that out for a couple years and chose not to. That's all I be talking about.
Some of them, no, I had my kids in the church that grew up. We went to church every Sunday. I made sure they went to school. I got them through high school. But the area that you lived in, the shit going on at the fucking inner city po-ass school, you had them at, showed them all kind of fuck shit. So guess what? They on fuck shit.
Yeah.
Demon time. They on demon time. They run around here screaming demon time.
I used to have trauma with men moms. Even if she said my son is this, my son is that, I used to be like, how the fuck he get like that? You telling me all? That's why I never believed her, and I continued to date her. I married her son because to me, you telling me that your son is a bad person, I couldn't trust her, because how the hell did he get that way? And why are you just so openly telling me this? You don't know me.
But Chrissy,
so,
as you become,
she created the product.
As you become grown, and we talk about this all the time, as you become grown, you realize like there is perspectives of the same situation that differ vastly. You talk to children and talk to parents, their experience is very different. So fuck y'all when you walk around saying, he got a good mama, and people hide shit very well. Kids go through stuff that even some of y'all, your parents won't even apologize to you right now if you ask them to, for something that you went through under their care that hurt you. You know how many adults are in therapy because from their perspective, my parents fucked me up? And if you ask the parents, I ain't did nothing to that damn boy. We fed him and we clothed him, and his motherfucking ass is just ungrateful. Y'all some ungrateful motherfuckers. Right. You alive, ain't I? Fed you, didn't I? Every motherfucking pair of shoes, and I got you through school, and you around here like, but motherfucker, I got molested, I got fucking touched on by the babysitter. My brother had us in here, we was running the train on people at fucking 15, like it was all kind of shit going on. And you gon' overlook all my trauma and just maintain, I did the best I could. Yeah. The fuck?
I did the best I could. I tell y'all this all the time. It's psychological, guys. It's not magic, guys. It's not magic. It's psychological. 1 + 1 = 2. People in a delusion gonna try to make it 11, but it's 2.
And it's so bad that even their kids, like in my comments, their kids are saying it now. Our parents did the best they could. They tried. I'm like, that's getting so played out. I wish y'all stop saying that shit.
Very much.
We get it. But y'all so...
You know what? Y'all, on some real jerk, I'd rather that than the other shit they be running around here saying. That other toxic stuff that they be saying, talking about them ass whippings is the reason why they who they is today. I hate, that's the one I don't like. That one right there triggers me also, yo. Cause that is some foolish, that's the most dumbest stuff I say. Some of the brokest, some of the most mentally weak people in the world think that is a flex to say out their mouth, bro. That is crazy right there. That's crazy.
Condition that they conditioned y'all, that I know for a fact my parents had information that they chose not to give me.
Yep.
They chose not to give it to me because she felt like it wasn't her duty. I took you.
I'm gonna tell you, Chrissy, I'm gonna tell you on what you're bringing up in our community. I'll give you one specifically on finances. A lot of y'all had people in y'all family that had good credit and knew about what it takes to maintain credit and financial literacy. They didn't want to tell y'all because they scared you're gonna ask them for something.
They didn't say shit.
And so they.
And it's not even that they scared that you're gonna ask them. It's that they don't like your mama. They don't like your foolish, stupid ass mama, or your mama told you not to like them for whatever reason, told you to stay away from them. Because remember, we got a lot of that. We got a lot of single mothers who think they're the only resource their child need to grow. A child is like a seed that grows into a flower. We know how to grow plants. You need more than just the sun. You need more than just the rain. You need more than just some good soil to grow a seed. But these single mothers swear up and down that they could just grow a seed being their son, being their all. You can't be everything, man. Sad stuff.
Purposely didn't tell you because they didn't want to have to be a resource.
Facts. My mom had her own business, and I remember being at her shop, but she never like wrote things down and taught me, this, that, and the third, the ins and outs, and I, just didn't know. I knew she was a hustler and a go-getter. She, we didn't want for shit, and she had money, but as far as learning the ins and outs of business, I never knew nothing about it.
Yeah, my mama was the same way too, love, and she still do it till this day. Like my sister is 26 years old. My sister stay with her, and so she always like to say, "Malika don't like to pay bills," but she said the same thing about us. And I tell her like, "Mama, you ain't taught us how to do that. Like, I pay my bills because I don't want to come there with you. Like,
yeah, I get it."
That's a fact, yo. It's a lot of the older women who they found me because they fuck with me. A lot of the elderly women, sisters with sense, they fuck with me, and they appreciate me and they love me to death. They love me down because they know they ain't got time to lie and eat crab legs. They almost out of here, so they know what I'm saying is A1 hard white. It's hard white, liquid crack in the flesh. They know it's 100% truth, so they mess with me hard. And a lot of them know my moms, and my moms don't do social media. My mom's never did social media. My mom's, she think everything FBI. She think everything is like intel, and she don't want nobody with her business. That's type of moms I got. She don't like attention. You know what I mean? So they'll see her in the streets, and they'll be like, yo, I'm so proud of your son, and you know what I mean? You raised a good son, and because of what they see me on social media posts and they see how real I keep it on social media, they think my mom's had something to do with that because in their generation, that's their generation that they taught the cap and crab leg, like, you know what I mean? Thank God I don't get to run into these people in real life and park them like, yo, my mother had nothing to do with this. I love her and all, she your friend and all, but she had nothing to do with this. This was me and my hard work, and you're not gonna discredit me. You're not going to discredit my hard work to go with y'all delusion, to go with y'all 1960s delusion that y'all was good mothers, and y'all was not. Y'all was not. Now, my mom's wasn't a complete asshole, but she still was hell of a. Yes, she was. She was. I had to get this information for myself, and I kind of got it just in time. I wish I got it like 10 years prior, but I got it just in time. But I had to get this information. Leave it to the information she gave me, I'd be Mingy running around here. Mingy is a motherfucker. Y'all wouldn't like me then. If I kept the information that my mom's installed in me, y'all would not like me then.
Hey, listen, I did a live earlier when I was doing my Zoom on credit. And I was live on Facebook for a little bit. And I was talking about trade lines and putting your children on your accounts, or finding somebody, paying somebody to put your child on their account if they got a long-standing good credit history as an authorized user. Immediately in the comments on Facebook, it's people, no, don't put your kids on nothing because I co-signed for my daughter on a car loan, and when I looked up, she had done made all the payments late, and it messed my credit up. Now, a trade line ain't got nothing to do with a car loan. But this what this particular lady felt the need to type. And then from there, you just seen a bunch of other people just coming on there. Yeah, girl, because I put this in such a...
But your credit line is for your kids. If you got kids and what you gonna use your credit line for, man? What are you gonna use your joint for? Right? Ain't it for your kids? Like, y'all gotta start living for your kids. Y'all actually had them. Y'all enjoyed it to have them. Y'all brought them here, and y'all put y'all life on hold. That's what some of y'all be saying, running around here saying that you do everything for your kid. So why your credit ain't for your kid? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. Y'all normally put the kid's name and shit. Should be crazy, mind-boggling.
In such name, and they fuck this. Don't listen to her. They on the live now while I'm live teaching in the Zoom about credit. Why not to look out for your kids and put them as an authorized user? The whole time the shit they talking about ain't got shit to do with an authorized user. Just ignorance, fear, ignorance, and a selfishness. This is why when you look at our community, people compare us to other cultures and they talk about how we're not united. They talk about how we're unwilling to build wealth together, and there is a out for self mentality, even when it comes to the parents to the children.
That's a fact, guys, yo. Real quick story. Mom Duke's house getting knocked. The whole time I had a whole different spot for her to have her stash and have the money. But her selfishness and her always need to be secretive towards me, and like if I'ma steal something from her, this is my mom, biological mom now, but she always moved like if I'ma steal something from her, because she was a big thief, you know what I mean, big time mover and shaker though. But in any event, house get raided, lose everything. Why? Because she got that selfish spirit in the moms. Whole time I got 2 spots where she could have been. I had 2 spots for her. You could put the money there and you could put the other stuff there. But, you know what I mean? I'm your son. I'm your son, too. But they selfish, yo. They selfish nature, yo. They is selfish. And remember, maturing is being able to understand these things about your mother, yo. That's maturity. At least for a man, that's maturity. I don't know I can't speak on what's maturity for a woman. I'm not that. But for a man, maturity is understanding. Your moms will spend all your money, all while protecting her. She will do you like how your baby mother will do you, bro. When you understand that, that's when you will stop simping on female nature and you'll see it for what it is. You'll stop watching the look on these women. You'll stop chasing the doo-doo on these women, and you'll start to learn how to watch the female nature in these women. That's how you're going to find the good one.
And this is why a lot of black people, they adopt this whole, I did the best I could. Because that's their way of negating or not having to accept responsibility for their role in you turning out not a good product.
I said earlier, Dorsey, I literally said this. Somebody asked me, why was it important that I help my kids get resources? I said, because when I became an adult in the world, like when my parents, like the check went out as a foster child, and I made that phone call to the system, and they said to me, once they adopted you, they told us they were going to do that, send you to college, make sure you're good.
Right.
I said, so what the fuck am I supposed to do? She said, unfortunately, once they adopted you, you lost all the resources.
Yeah.
And that, I said, so I'm just a little ass kid out here.
Yep.
I ain't even been parented. I literally felt like I was not parented. That's how I felt in that moment.
But if we were, now watch this. If we were to talk to the people that raised Chrissy, I'm pretty sure they're going to defend themselves and say that they did a good job. And also watch this. They not going to give a fuck that her experience was different than theirs. You become a real parent, mother or father, when you can accept that my perspective is not the only one, and it's not the only one that actually matters. It's not the only one that I'm supposed to consider. Even at 10, 11, 12 years old, your child and what they're experiencing with you as their parent, it matters. We condition and we program these children to just take on our view, our emotions, our energy towards how we are as a parent. When they get older and they're able to develop more of their own mind, half the time they disagree with a lot of shit we did, just like we with our parents. And we're so busy being the police officer and the judge over them until they get to 18, we never develop a real relationship with them. That's the real reason why a lot of y'all got the fuck on when you got old enough. And you.
That's a fact. That's the reason why a lot of us ran out there chasing the doo-doo. Salute, Marcus. Perfect timing.
Got a big old booty, and everybody says, she's a fine booty. The booty is where the doo-doo is, boy. Put there by God, that's the garbage can. So how you get so messed up with this white boy? You think the bigger the booty, the finer it is. That's like going to Kmart. You see a big old garbage can, that's the filth. And now we can convince her she won't switching that big old booty and all of that. It ain't nothing but doo-doo in there.
You don't care to go back and spend long periods of time with your mom or your dad, or let them move in with you or you move in with them. You don't care to have that. When you hear people talking about having a family estate and all the family living on the same property and different houses within that, some of y'all like, hell no, I'll never do that with my family. And it's because of the experience. Why do you think there's books like Adult Daughters of Narcissistic Mothers or Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents?
No, it ain't. It ain't books like that. Because the women running around here talking about they done dated the narcissist. The women saying the men is the narcissist. It ain't no books like that, love. The fathers is the narcissist.
Mm-hmm. Somebody read Insight 25. We're on 69.
This is her book club, guys. This is her book club. Y'all make sure y'all go join Love Dorsey book club, y'all. You know what I mean? Y'all go get in there, ladies. Sisters with sense.
To stay healthy, we have to eat well and keep moving.
Now, I'm going to tell y'all this. With this particular insight, a lot of y'all don't realize that your attitude, your mood, your mental space, meaning for this particular moment, right? How you feel, the energy that's over you is directly tied to your gut health. A lot of y'all don't realize you eat so much sauces and oils and bullshit food.
And that's a fact. And you see, the black community is a very obese community. That's where all that anger, that's where all that hatred come from. It's a very obese community, bro. A lot of people mad. A lot of people not happy with themselves. You know what I mean? A lot of people not happy with themselves. And the sad thing about it is people try to make it equal. Yeah, it's a lot of fat boys. But a big old security guard is at the front of the establishment. Show me the big old woman. Show me the big old black woman at the front of anybody establishment. Show me the big old black woman getting big bucks for being big and black. You see what I mean? So we're not equal. It's not vice versa. Let's knock the vice versa off. Again, yet again, another no vice versa. I repeat, guys, and this is just a fact. The black community is obese. And when you say that, you get the women who were supposed to take care of their temple, their only task, they quick to mention about how the black men stomachs stick out there. Some niggas got them hard ass stomachs too. The niggas got them hard ass stomachs, and that's true. But black men value is not in their stomach. They not in our look, man. Y'all will sleep with anything if it got some money. You know, y'all will fuck a roach if it got some money. So let's stop it. It's not vice versa. It's not vice versa. All right? So the man could be fat. As long as he got some money, he's going to have a girl. And if he's willing to marry her, he's going to definitely have a girl. So now, you ain't got no excuse, man. That's what you was supposed to be responsible of. You got to care about your health. If you care more about your health, you will care more about life, and you will stop walking around here hating.
food, processed food, things that aren't real, snacks, candy, that you don't even have the ability to control your mood, your attitude, your mental space. Some of y'all have moments where you want to be in a good mood. Like, girl, I'm trying to just vibe in this moment, but I just can't. You're not in control of you. There is so much to understand and learn and educate yourself on about our food supply that if you're not making it a priority to look at the labels on what you consume, you're going to be a problem to yourself. And some of y'all children are like this. The attitudes they get with y'all, the snappiness, the fatigue, the feeling some type of way, the easily irritated, it come from all them fucking hot chips and candy and processed sugar and microwave dinners and fucking shit in a can, in a box that you always feeding them, the drive-thrus you keep running them through. Because you're unprepared for life. So y'all always rushing. You're looking for something quick. There's never any real food. You're not spending most of your time when you grocery shopping in the produce area or the fresh meats and things that have to do with like nurturing your health of your gut, your lymphatic system, moving around and being alive, right? You're not doing this.
Self-care habits, ladies. Make sure you're doing good habits, creating good habits, yo. Morning routine, night routine, afternoon routine. You ain't really got enough time. We entering a time and era where you ain't got enough time to be getting off of work, running and go chill with your bald head friends. You ain't got time for that. You got to get back to your morning routine, afternoon routine, nightly routine, especially for you mothers. A lot of y'all getting big as a house because y'all feet never stay at home. Y'all always on the go. Y'all always on the go. That's why you unhealthy. Then a lot of y'all use food as a way to escape your sucky reality. Instead of fixing the reality, you go grab some food to escape the reality. But then you back to the reality. Then you grab some food again. Before you know it, it's just you and your big back self in your little sucky reality. And now you're lying. And now you're talking about it's the man's fault. Now the man did something to you.
And so you don't realize you nor your offspring have much control over yourselves. A lot of us, we didn't learn to look at the ingredient label until we got grown. I'm talking about good and grown. Like 27, 28, 30, 35, 40. You just not looking at the labels that tell what's in the shit that you putting in your body.
And I ain't even gonna cap to y'all. Another little story, yo. Salute to my daughter, my oldest daughter, Tanera, yo. You done changed my house upside down and not even know it, little girl. Word up, you ain't little no more. Everybody in this house done gone vegan. Niggas don't even eat food in this house. So they done forced me to eat right. And it's KDH. Salute to Toxic Ring Scandals, aka KDH. Yo, bro, it's between him and my oldest daughter. Now everybody going vegan. I met him, and ever since I met him, everybody going vegan. So it then forced me and my lady, me and Miss Goodbread, to be on our vegan joint. Because now she got to make vegan meals because nobody want to eat in this house. Nobody want to eat this shit. I don't know. Like, it's like nobody want to eat. They do not fuck with this. They don't. I don't understand it. But I like it.
Mm-hmm. I was training a mom today on potty training Dorsey, and she was like, well, my daughter, she has a hard time pooping. There's something wrong with her stomach. The first thing I asked her was run her diet.
Diet.
By the time she ran that diet down, I said, girl, that's why. She constipated. She ain't pooping but once a week. Her stomach is hurt. I said, you feeding that baby so many carbs, macaroni, cheese every day. She don't eat no meat. I said, does she eat vegetables?
No, it's just a bunch of starch, which turns into sugar. And then the kids crash. When you take, like, I see people make a meal, it'll be some fried chicken, mashed potatoes, and macaroni and cheese. Too much starch, right? And so the kids eat this, they have a sugar spike, and then they crash. And so their moods are going to match this. So when you start saying, y'all get up and clean up, or y'all do this, They easily irritated. You take that as disrespect because they moving slow or whining, crying about what you're trying to make them do, and then it turns into a problem. So you can have all this drama going on every week in your house with this type of shit. You done deem the kids aggravating, or they don't like to listen, or they hard-headed, but you are not feeding your family from a space of health. You're not. Anything in a box or a can that's not like a grain or some nuts, something that can exist outside of refrigeration or survive outside of being frozen once you break it off of whatever plant it grows on, you are putting yourself in a space where you end up consuming bioengineered ingredients like somebody put in there, fucking preservatives, things they put in it for it to be able to last. I've said this so many times. You take a fucking fresh cut green beans, or you take a peach or an apple and you put it on the counter next to a can of green beans or a can of peaches or apples in the can. Them apples in the can, them peaches, them green beans in the can can sit there for months and you can still crack that can open and eat it. That fresh food, that actual apple, banana, fucking peach, some green beans, some lettuce, it got maybe 4-5 days, maybe a week to sit there, and that shit gonna start decaying and breaking down because it was living at one point and now it's dying. That shit in them cans and boxes is not alive. It's not giving you shit. And then you feeding it to your babies, you killing them. And then you tell yourself, I did the best I could. And when they 25, learning that they got diabetes or high blood pressure or gout or some sort of lupus or fucking shit wrong with them, they believe, oh, this is hereditary. This is my grandma had this, my mama had this. That's because all of y'all have been eating the same bullshit food. So of course you're gonna get what they got. You consuming what they consume, fuck their bodies up.
I got called, what they call it? I think I had my birthday party, I did a sushi bar. And some of the people that was invited eat it, but there was this one particular guy, he was like, what black person just goes to a damn sushi bar? I said, where else we gonna go? He like, somewhere with ribs. And I said, oh, I don't eat that shit.
I hate that shit.
But it's because their program think that only black people eat a particular food. And I was like, just try it. So he ended up trying it. He was like, oh, it feels refreshing. He said it's kind of different. I said, yeah. And your stomach ain't gonna be hurting and feeling bloated once you leave here.
Yep. When you
I get made fun of every day at work. Every day. It don't even bother me. But they stand on the fact, you know, that they eat pork and they've been eating it all their life. And I don't even get upset with people. I just sit there.
Ariel, I'm gonna tell you something. A lot of, and Linwood, I think me and you talked about this, a lot of the health problems that some of y'all faced when you got into adulthood, it came from all the shit, bullshit your mama and daddy fed you when you were a child. And this is why we have to start talking about it being more responsible to wait and have children once you've established some sort of financial stability, because eating healthy costs more.
That part.
We have to start talking about how it's smarter to wait until you're in a 2-parent household with 2 adults that have really deemed that they can get along and bill pay and be stable together before having children, so that the kids can have a chance at eating some real food.
That's the solution. That's another solution, guys. Start teaching these younger generation now. Start teaching them now so that they can reset it. It might be too late for you, but that's okay. Don't be selfish. Let's teach it to the younger generation so that it could reset. We might not benefit. We might not benefit one lick of what's going to happen when change comes. But okay, we're going to be remembered as that generation that kick-started it, that jump-started it. This channel going to be an archive for the years to come. When we dead and gone, guys, there's going to be young men and women that come and find this content, come and find this channel and vote, and however it's served to them. And man, this is the meek inherent in the earth. This is the tools and the arrows sharpening right here, guys. This is the wisdom. This is them sacred letters, them sacred writings that our parents should have taught us. This the school that we should have went to for them 16 years. It should have been a school like this that talked to us and that we had conversations about stuff that we can use.
Some of y'all, you had to eat whatever your family could come up with because we was poor. We was broke. This is what we could afford. My mama worked so much, she didn't have time to educate herself on certain stuff. This is why it's not smart to keep having babies and trying to raise them by yourself or alone or keep having more.
That's how you know me and Love, we read the same psychological books. We read the same, but she said the same thing that I tell y'all all the time, but she just said it differently, bro. What I tell y'all all of the time, bro. Our mother love us. They love us, but they just didn't have the time to get to this type of information, learn it, and then teach it to us while they was out there trying to put food on the table and clothes on our back. It wasn't happening. This is also why it's up to you. You can sit here, you can swell up, you can try to find all the things that's wrong with me, even though I'm a winner and you're a loser. You can do all that and distract yourself. Or you could just go get to the information, start pouring into you, start setting better self-care habits for you. And remember, self-care, it don't have nothing to do with you changing your hairstyle or changing your look or even changing your job to get more money. It have nothing to do with that. It have to do with you getting to new knowledge. A lot of y'all stop learning. Remember, you got to educate yourself. Educate, educate, educate. Learning is continuous. A lot of y'all finish school, had a baby, and think y'all grown. Think y'all know everything it is to know. And that's where you go wrong. You got to continuously be learning. You got to educate yourself. Educate yourself. That's the work that Mr. Goodbread be talking about. Pouring into yourself. When you hear something that you like, you're going to do the research to make sure it's a fact, to make sure you even know why you like it. Some of y'all want it, like it, because you see it. Don't do no research.
After you know you already not financially stable with the ones you have. Somebody read Insight 26.
26.
Thinking too much might paralyze you, so just start moving.
Yes. Inaction breeds doubt and fear. Action breeds confidence and courage. And you have to get to a space where you realize our culture comes from a fear-based history. A history where they use fear to control us as slaves. They use fear to keep us from stepping out and doing certain things. It was all, master gonna get you. And here we is, X amount of hundreds years later, and it's still, no, I wouldn't do that. They ain't giving that money away at that bank for free. Or what's the catch to that? I don't know about that. You going in there eating sushi? Or why you cooking your chicken like that? Or you don't eat meat no more? It turns into very much a cycle. Thank you, babe.
Why you acting white? Why you acting white?
Turns into very much a cycle of just fear. It's just scary, 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 scary. Nah. The shit that's really killing us and hurting our culture, we ain't scared to do that. The stuff that you should be scared of, meaning doing these things, even though you're familiar with them, it's a sure way to keep your children oppressed and stressed like you were. You ain't scared to do that shit.
Nope. Stealing from stores, shoplifting, scamming, stealing people credit, and you only doing it to your people. It's not like y'all getting any white people information. Not like y'all getting any Asian people information. You're getting black people information from down the street, and then you're stealing their shit, and then you're gonna claim that you for the black people. Like, come on now, we see you.
You ain't scared to repeat the same financially fucked up behavior. You ain't scared to eat. Let's talk about fear. You ain't scared to eat the same foods that your grandma ate, and you know your grandma died of cancer or high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes. You ain't scared. And if you notice, we ain't scared to get them hog maws and put that hot sauce on it and eat that shit up. Right. We ain't scared to put the white rice next to the macaroni and cheese, next to the fucking cornbread, next to the motherfucking yams, next to the over-seasoned collard greens.
Damn, Love, you preaching. And you know what's funny? Because these bald-head roaches tell me that I hate my mother when I could tell my mother not to eat that. My mother don't tell me what to eat. In fact, I tell my mother what to eat. I go to my mother's house. I'll go to her house tomorrow, pop up, and go dig in her refrigerator. And if anything is in that refrigerator that her physician told her not to have, I'm going, because I got the number to that. I got the number to that. Because a lot of y'all claim to love y'all mother, right? Y'all think y'all got more love for y'all mother than I got for my mother. But y'all don't tell y'all mother when she eating wrong. So y'all sitting there watching y'all mother get diabetes, getting her leg amputated, and all of that, while she feeds you the same shit, right? Because remember, fear. But you ain't scared to do that. You ain't scared to see somebody get their whole leg amputated, see somebody on diabetes, dialysis, and all that shit, but you gonna still continue to do the same shit though, right? You see how you gotta make it make sense. You got to make it make sense, bro, ma'am. And it's sad, bro. But I get to tell my moms and because I also get to put food in her refrigerator that she's supposed to have. If I go in there and she has something that she's not supposed to have, I'm throwing it out. And then I'll put what she's supposed to have. Yep. Yep. Me and Miss Goodbread will go right to the supermarket and get what she's supposed to have and put it in there. And she could be mad at me. You know what I mean? I did that one time and she stopped talking to me for about 2 months. But she'll be all right. She'll be all right because I love my moms. I love her enough to check her ass. Y'all be claiming y'all love her and then y'all watch your moms die. Literally.
The overseasoned green beans cook. We ain't scared to do that. But you can see what this same food did to your daddy. He ain't scared of that though. Like we really gotta rewire ourselves. It says, the lesson to be learned here is that sometimes simplicity and taking action without excessive analysis can be the key to success. Don't let fear of the unknown or analysis paralysis hold you back from finding your own version of cheese in life. The idea is, even for people like me, I don't want to be around nobody that every time it's time to move on some shit, your ass is scared to do this, or you want to sit here and analyze the risk we take. Anything in life worth having, it requires you to fucking take some sort of risk. All the shit you comfortable with gonna get you everything you already seen. So if you want something different, you gotta get uncomfortable. You gotta do some shit where there's a chance you might fail, and you gotta be willing to get your ass up and do it again.
And that's a fact. And what she pretty much is saying here is, like I tell y'all all the time, you don't need to know the whole course to take the first step, guys. You could figure it out. The great ones figure it out on their way. Guys, I didn't know nothing about YouTube. I didn't know a thing about StreamYard. I didn't know a thing about the template, the rules of MGTOW and Red Pill on YouTube. Bro, I came with my organic self, and I just started to do videos. I didn't care about being perfect. Done is better than perfect. Get that through your head. Done is better than perfect. That's all she's saying, guys. You don't need to see the whole course. You don't need to know the whole course in order to take the first step. And the first step normally be it. Once you take that first step, you're going to keep taking steps, boy. It's on. The hardest part is taking the first step. Understand that, guys.
Go ahead, Chrissy.
Like entrepreneurship, like you're not scared. You might not make money one day. It's not consistent. I say you ain't scared your boss gonna fire you tomorrow. Mm-hmm. That's the first thing I say to them. Like it's the same. Y'all think it's different.
Listen, we broke, guys. What's after broke? What's next? Get where I'm going? We already at the bottom. So what are we losing? What are we losing just for doing something? For trying something? What are we gonna lose?
Different because you're clocking in. But that job can let you go tomorrow, and then if you ain't got an emergency savings or you ain't prepared, then what you gonna do? Yep. The same fear you think I have. I don't have it because to me it's the same shit with the job.
Yes. 27. Somebody read 27.
Nothing lasts forever, so keep your eyes open for approaching changes.
This is something that it is so difficult for a lot of people to grasp. Change is normal. It's regular. It should be expected. Now,
yes, ladies, understand. Your job is to grow. Your job is not to get into these relationships and then just stop. The relationship do not mean you stop. The relationship mean, all right, it's time to go. The relationship is the start of the build now. Now y'all got to put that work in the name of Jesus. You got to put that work. It's not oh yeah, we won. The relationship is not the finish line. And a lot of y'all think that the relationship is the finish line. No, you got to always be working. Because what happened is, right, the man end up growing. And he ended up growing because growth don't require love. Don't require to be in love to grow. And a lot of y'all be clinging to this honeymoon phase where it was all love. And then y'all don't grow after that. Y'all don't grow out of the love phase. So when the man go off growing, no matter if he's getting more financially better stable for y'all, because everything a man do after you marry him, you do know is for you. Everything a man do, even when he not paying you attention and he on his job doing all that overtime, he doing all of that so that you can be comfortable, man. But what a lot of y'all do is y'all go into this, oh, he boring now, oh, he ignoring me now. Y'all rather babysit a broke nigga then wait for a dude on his purpose. And that's sad. Y'all gotta stop doing that, ladies. Y'all gotta stop doing that. That be y'all mistake.
Now, when I say this, it's easy when you think about the day's gonna change, the month's gonna change, the year's gonna change. No, people are allowed to change their mind. People are allowed to change how they feel. People are allowed to change their perspective. Some situations require you to change yours. Some stuff that you felt like was a wrongdoing or an injustice to you, if you just change your perspective, you will realize it was not.
Facts. You gotta grow, ladies. Y'all get in these relationships and y'all want things to be the same, but the dude grew. He grew and you want him to stay the same because you ain't grow. This is why it's important to always be pouring into yourself, setting good self-care habits where you always growing. Because if you're not always growing, you're going to feel like people leaving you. You're going to feel like people that's growing is leaving you. You're going to feel like people that's growing is dissing you. They switching up on you. And it's not them. It's you.
So when you understand this, when you're in relationships, when you're raising children, these individuals will change. And if you guys don't adapt and change certain things intentionally, right? If as a parent, you don't adapt and change certain things, you will be behind with the times and you could end up creating a terrible relationship with your child. 28, somebody read it.
Our fears hold us back, but confronting them is easier than we think.
Read it again, Miss Marilyn.
Our fears hold us back, but confronting them is easier than we think.
So I've said this before and I'm going to say it again. If you don't get a grip on the beliefs that have you afraid to get uncomfortable in certain areas, try new things, accept and look for change, like the 27 said, you end up in a space where the ceiling on what you can achieve will be low. We set the ceiling for ourselves. And so when you don't understand this, there is a good chance by the time you have more time behind you than in front of you and you're really facing your demise, you will have a lot of regrets. The worst feeling, and studies show this, the worst feeling for people that even that are of old age and they're about to die or they're on their deathbed from some sort of health issue is looking back at their life and regretting that they didn't do and move on certain shit.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Statistically proven, guys. The regret of not living or the regret of not trying at all.
And so they're faced with that reality because most people believe this is it, right? And so when they faced with that, you know, when I look back, this is it. And I wasn't satisfied with this. This was my one life, my one shot. And when I look back, I don't feel good about it. You can lie to yourself and say what you want out loud to social media and all of that when you in it.
Listen, when your reality don't match your expectations, you was unsuccessful in life. Point blank period. Success means difference for everybody, but the standard definition of success is when your reality match your expectations, because then you are truly content with living. Period. If your reality now don't match your expectation, then you're chasing something. Bingo. You ain't living, you ain't.
But when it's those moments, anybody ever been in the hospital feeling like, okay, I'm being told there's a good chance I'm gonna die? Anybody ever had a brush with death?
Yep, I have.
And you sit there, Linwood, and you think about it. You start thinking about all the things that you didn't do that you should have did. The stuff you should have said, the things you should have moved on, the advice you should have listened to.
All decisions that I've made and did not made.
Yep. It says, don't let fear hold you back from progress. Once you find the courage to move on, the grip of fear will weaken. I'm going to tell y'all this as well. The more you educate yourself in a certain area, like really put yourself around people that are knowledgeable and doing the things that you want to do, the easier it will be for you to crush your own fears and just move forward.
That's a fact, but a lot of y'all took this moving in silence. I'm moving in silence. Move in silence. And you move nothing in silence, bro. And they taught you that because they don't want you to grow. That's the number one tool they use in the black community to teach you dumb niggas how not to grow. And you run with it because it sound good. It sound like you're up to something when you really not up to nothing. All right? You want to mention it. You want to be mentioning. You want to communicate what you need because there's people out there that's going to help you. The funny thing is, it's not your family. And that's where you get that shit from. You get it from the people that ain't even trying to help you. You get it from the people that ain't really gonna help your ass because they don't want you to grow. But when you go outside and you communicate, you'll see that it's white people, it's black people, it's Asians, it's all types of people that's not your family that want to help you. Because none of us perfect. None of us got all the answers, Sway. None of us. Everybody got somebody else missing link, and we need to link up to get that, because you hold a key piece to somebody else and they hold the key piece to you, and God did it that way. Remember, we got a real God. He not mysterious, he equal and exact, and he did it like that so that we can create disciples amongst each other. Down to our reproductive system, we need each other. You see how funny style God is? We real nice with it. He gonna force you to do the right thing. But yeah, guys, it's that real. It's that real. It's just so natural. Telling the truth is so natural. Having the dots connect is natural to me, yo. Make sure y'all hit that like button, guys.
It says, by changing nothing, nothing changes. Action. Overcome your fear. A ship is safe in harbor, but that's not what ships are built for.
Bingo.
Insight 29. Somebody read it.
Fixed mindsets hold us back and can make life mediocre.
It says, fixed mindsets hold us back and can make life mediocre. Some of y'all don't even realize in certain areas of your life, you have a fixed mindset. And that is the very reason why you cannot grow or excel in that area. It's a lot of y'all, you don't realize you got so many beliefs programmed into you from the people that raised you or from the environment or the neighborhood, the shit you watch online, that you are unwilling to grow and you don't even know it.
And that's because how that happens, sisters with sense. How that happened is you sat there, right? And you heard something on social media. You heard something on this mainstream TV. You heard something on the radio, and it sat on your conscious mind, and you liked it though. Don't that part. You liked it, so it sat on your conscious mind. You never did any work, research to go see if that joint is a fact or if it's truth. You liked it and you let it sit on your subconscious mind. After a while, the joint pushed back to your subconscious mind. Now it's in your beliefs. It's in your core beliefs as a fact, as a truth, because it's now in your Holy Spirit, which is your subconscious mind. You see how that works? And that's how y'all be getting all these false truths and all these truths that y'all swear be true, but it be false. And it ain't never worked for anybody in their life. But that's how you get those. Because you never do the research when it was sat on your conscious mind. You never went to see, let me make sure this is a fact.
It's not because you woke up and said, I am not going to grow in the financial literacy area, or I'm not going to grow in the relationship or communication area, or I'm not going to grow in my spirituality or my religion. I'm not going to grow in the diet and exercise. But because you are so programmed with certain beliefs in these areas, you don't move on change. You don't care to change. You don't look for change. You don't plan on change.
It's called comfort. And stagnant people turn into haters. The plan and the goal is to always get uncomfortable until you are comfortable, then do it again, then repeat the cycle, because in getting uncomfortable is where the learning comes in. You see, once you get comfortable, you feel you don't need to learn because now it's repetitive and you've been doing the same thing for so long. What is it to learn when you're doing the same thing and you're not challenging yourself? Do that make sense, guys?
You don't write out change. Your goals are not reflective of no real change. Go ahead.
I noticed this. So, like, my grandmother, growing up, I always heard her say, like, oh, the women in our family don't drive. They're afraid of driving, right?
Yep.
So my mom can drive, but she never got her license because she don't like driving. Our grandmothers don't. My aunt don't, right? Cool.
They program that belief into her. Okay. Go ahead.
But let me tell you, love. And now everything's making sense. So maybe around 2018, right? I was in a relationship with a woman. And I met her in September. And on our first date, she was like, you can't drive. You driving back. And love, I swear. I said, I don't know how to drive. The women in my family don't drive.
Right.
And she asked me, like, did you drive before? But now that she's saying, I'm thinking about it, like, I didn't even give it a chance.
Yes.
I told myself that we don't. And guess what, love? That was September. In December, I had my license.
Yeah,
I'm walking around saying that I can't drive because we don't drive. I'm like, that wasn't me who thought that. They told me that.
Limited beliefs, but it's self-limiting beliefs, right? It's one thing that somebody else believes you can't do something. It's another thing when a generational curse, like what she described, has you believing that you can't do something. And there's a lot of us like that. We won't move certain places based on stuff we heard growing up. We won't try certain foods and things because lack of seeing it or certain beliefs from growing up. We won't talk to certain people or deal in certain areas based on stuff we heard or things that was programmed into us when we were being raised. And when you're unwilling to accept change as a good thing, as it being normal, you will just follow that shit.
That was me with credit. My mom used to be like, don't get no credit. It's bad for you.
Come on.
But you ain't never tell me that you just didn't have no discipline. You just didn't know how to stop maxing out your cards. So she used to cut my cards up. So I grew up never wanting to get a car note.
Yeah.
Never wanted to get credit.
Not understanding the big key to wealth and success is credit. Go ahead, Chrissy.
No, it's just...
Let alone they hid everything from everybody. Everything was grown folks' business. Kids ain't got no practice on financial literacy. Everything grown folks' business, and grown folks' business was nothing but gossip and stupid shit.
It's a fear, and I'm glad that I overcame it, because it's like all these years I wasted with that belief in me, but I never knew it was a belief until I started educating myself. Like, why I spend money the moment I get it? I didn't believe I was deserving of it.
Yeah.
Like, it's just those beliefs you have to attack before you could actually start moving on things.
I come from a family where a lot of my family members are scared to get on planes and fly, all kind of stuff. Imagine if I conform to that. You won't even see the world. You won't get out. You won't go places, all because of these beliefs. And there, if you go back far enough, there was some sort of family member that had a reason for starting up this particular mental or psychological rule that it is no longer relevant to you or in your generation. Somebody read.
And I guarantee you, when you look back, it's the grandmother who needed the most help. She needed the most therapy. Remember that clip I played? I'm going to go fish for it right now. But that was spot on about the grandmother. It's the grandmother.
30.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Omar.
What if the belief is like something you told yourself? So for example, with credit or like with financial things, I've always believed that it's boring. So it becomes complicated when I'm learning about it because it really sounds like I'm learning German with like these different, R, S, P, G, I see these things that people stocks and bonds becomes boring. Is there a way to like make it more interesting? Or
so goals and having a plan of action, a purpose is what changes your perspective, right? So starting out, human nature, because the way that we're set up, and I want y'all to really understand it, we're just gonna have a science lesson real quick about our species. The way that humans are set up, similar to lions and a lot of other mammals, is that survival kicks in, right? And so we look for the things to be fearful of so that we can protect ourselves and survive, right? So the idea of being an intellectual or a person that is above the average mind, that is just out here surviving, looking for the stuff that might hurt me and staying away from that, right? When you become an intellectual or you decide, I want more for my life.
When you pour in on yourself and you heal and you stop operating on wicked time, demon time, that's what she's talking about. When your intuition really start to work because you're a healed person, so your intuition don't read negative because you're a negative Nancy. That's what she's talking about.
Than just the average human, right? You start to set goals. And so what happens is when you set goals, you start to look at not what is hard or boring or, difficult to the mind. You look at what's necessary to accomplish what you say you want.
Exactly, guys. We is the righteous fear. We have a goal. Our goal is to enlighten young men, young women, older men, older women. That's our goal. So we don't give a fuck who don't like it. We don't care who try to put a roadblock in front of it. We don't care who know more about us than themselves. We gonna do what it is that we need to do here.
And so as you write your goals out, the idea is I start to become interested in learning what these abbreviations are for the stocks and things like that, based on trying to make a certain amount of money that's tied back to a certain goal that changes or develops a better lifestyle for myself. You're not going to wake up and just shift the belief to being interested in math and financial literacy and things like that. But when you start to look at the shit I want, and it can start down to a shoe, a designer bag, you can look at something and say, you know what? I want to be able to afford to buy myself some Birkins, right? And it's okay, how much do these cost? So now outside of paying my bills, being able to buy bags like that or have a lifestyle like that, I need to bring in this much money. Okay, you know what? My job only pays this, so I need to create multiple streams of income. But now outside of getting paid and I pay my bills in my current job, I don't make enough to really start putting up money to start a whole business on the side. So what else can people utilize in order to start big? Oh, you know what? Credit. So now let me start educating myself on credit and things like that. Now when I'm talking about credit, they're talking about taking the credit funding and investing it into things that earn money. So creating a stock portfolio with an investment banker or buying real estate. And all of this started from me just wanting some fucking Birkin bags. But this shit done turned into me really educating myself, because in order to have a lifestyle where I could wake up and go buy a $20,000,
And what she talking about here, ladies, is don't want things because you see it. Don't want things because you see it without doing the education part on learning what it is going to take to have it, get it, and keep it, and maintain it. A lot of y'all want things because y'all see it, men included. I'm not talking to the men. I'm talking to y'all wanting somebody else's man and not knowing what it's going to take to keep that man and how it's going to take, what you're going to need to do to get that man. And the consequences is going to come from taking that man from that girl. You know what I'm talking about? That's what I'm talking about. But you want things because you see it, and you don't do the education part first. You got to learn before you earn. That's what she's talking about. She ain't going to say that because that's me. That's me. That's all me. But we read the same books.
$3,000 purse, if I wanted to, requires me to lay the foundational work. And if you a man, this needs to be programmed into you young. At 17, 18, it can be a car. I talk to young boys all the time. What you want, man? I want a Hellcat. I want a Hellcat, all black matte wrap. I want my shit to have these kind of rims. I want to be able to do such and such. Okay, now look up the car and how much the tires cost. Because I know you want to do them burnouts and all that. Okay, so Miss Love, the car costs this, and the tires to replace them, it ain't but this. Okay, so now what bills do you, and you just run them through it and break it down. After a while, they got a whole little plan that they motivated to have, all because they wanted that particular car. And it all ties back to, let me get me a planner. Let me write out me some goals. Let me start getting an understanding of what is necessary to have the type of life I want. A lot of us weren't taught this young. And so by the time we understood this type of shit, we got 2 kids, 3, 4 failed relationships, stretch marks, fucking things about our body we insecure about, certain shit we of age to where we feel like, damn, I'm supposed to have more accomplished. So now I'm not only able to do this stuff, but I'm also having to work against my own mind, right?
And it's that part. It's that part that have you lurking on social media, that have you running on channels of where people is doing good work, where people is taking their time and doing something with theyself. And you, because you is in a rut, because you fucked up, because your salary cap is low. You make about $1,000 a month, and that ain't right for a 45-year-old man. Because you in that, now you choose to troll, you choose to hate, you choose to be a negative Nancy. Sir, ma'am, if you choose to come to this channel, understand, you come to be a troll and you leave with your feelings hurt, your whole self-esteem dashed. But I hope you learn a lesson. I hope you learn a valuable lesson when you do come to this channel thinking you're going to disturb something. Know what I'm talking about?
My mind fucking with me. Girl, you fat, you got 2 kids, your body ain't like this. Look at them girls online. Look at this going on with this. Look at this with this. And it's the same for young men. You look up, I got 2 different baby mamas. Both of them saying I'm deadbeats. I'm doing the best I can. I don't know, like I want more money. Like this niggas walking around, they my age or some younger got more money. You got these your intrusive negative thoughts talking to you. Now you got to set your environment up to open up that or give life to that second heartbeat to where the positive shit and the resources, the stuff, that voice of I think I can, I know I can, I think I can, I know I can, is heavier and louder and outpowers the voice that's telling you what's wrong with you.
Love, what I did to my kids when they were younger, I stole it off the Cosby Show. I repurposed it. And I had my kids tell me how they wanted to live and what kind of car they was going to drive. And I made them research.
Yep.
How much it costs for the rent, where you want to live. See how much it costs. You know, and this was back in the early 2000s, you know, where they, you know, the prices was like $700 for a 2-bedroom, you know, and stuff like that. So I made them choose their careers based upon how they wanted to live.
Yep.
Because you can't
That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, and then you say you want this condo, this scat pack, what you got now, and he won't got all this stuff. Who gonna pay for it? Not me, because you're not gonna be under me no more. So you got to make sure you bring that kind of money in, that you have that kind of stuff where you can provide it for yourself. And right now, my kids are successful because of that. They know how much it costs to live.
And Adrian, I'm gonna tell you, because what you're saying is so powerful. a lot of us were never asked what we wanted for our life. We were told what we should do. We were given like recommendations or suggestions, but somebody sitting down giving us an overall view of, okay, this is what you say you want. These are the people you've looked at in life, on TV, wherever, and you value, or you take, some sort of attraction to these things. Here is now the resources and the stuff you need to accomplish that. We weren't given that. And this is why a lot of us have a feeling of almost resentment towards our upbringing and how we was raised. Because when you really think about it, a lot of us were delivered into adulthood already behind.
Can I say something?
Yes.
You know what? I can definitely relate to that.
Yeah, and I'm telling this to y'all because I'm validating anybody that has these kind of feelings. That's why with Insight 30, where it says we can change our identities by setting goals. This is exactly what I just explained off of Omo's question. We can change our identities by setting goals. You can reroute and change the direction, the trajectory of your life, your character, your personality, just by writing out and setting out to do certain shit.
And that's a fact, guys. That was the message for tonight, yo. You can educate yourself out of any situation. Don't let nobody fool you. You just can't be afraid to learn. A lot of y'all afraid to learn because it's going to make y'all different from the people that y'all sit around. The people y'all sit around afraid to learn because they don't want to grow. They want to continue to dress up their cage and pretend to be a victim. All right, y'all. This was a banger, and it was extended. So y'all got hit with a treat, yo. Salute to Anonymous, my sister with sense. You know what I mean? But now my girl LaFaye sent me a package, so I got to unbox this. I got to unbox this and see what we got. I already know what we got though, guys, but I want y'all to see what we got. And salute to LaFaye. Y'all know LaFaye. She be on the channel. She come on. She ain't scared. She a sister with sense. So she got her own brand, guys. She got her own brand going on. So we gonna definitely support that. We gonna definitely support that. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Especially my members. My members. The person that paid for this live, she's a member. And this is she. You know what I mean? So she, you know what I mean? Thank y'all. Thank my members. My members is the reason why I do it. You know what I mean? It's $9.99 a month to become a member. You got exclusive content over there. But this is LaFaye right here. Miss Goodbread said the shit smell good. Yeah. This is Yeah, so she sent me that. Hold on, let me see. Now I'm trying not to make a mess. It's a lot of popcorn. So hold on. Let me dump the popcorn out real quick, y'all. I don't want to make a mess. Get Goodbread sleep. Look, lovely Sheeta, you already know, sis. You already know you got a special place in my heart. You got a special place in my heart. That's no cap. That is no cap, no flag. Okay, we got some. Man, LaFaye doing big things over there. LaFaye doing big things out there, man. What's going on? What we got here? Oh, hold on. Okay, we got the shea butter. So far, we got the shea butter and we got the fragrant mist, guys. Know what I mean? Salute to LaFaye for looking out, for sending us, you know what I mean? Miss Goodbread, she loved the smell good, though. She loved the smell good. This ain't smell good, though. It smells really good. That should smell really, really good. And, of course, we got the LaFaye. So, y'all go check it out. Junita, guys. Junita. And I love a sister that's about her business. Love a sister that's about her business, y'all. Y'all see, that's the card right there, guys. So y'all can make y'all order. Love a sister with sense about her business, yo. Word. Hold on, am I missing something? Yep, I am. I'm missing something. Hold on, there's one more thing. Okay. And we got the body lotion. Cucumber melon. body lotion, guys. So we got a nice little care pack right there. Hold on, let me dump this popcorn out. This popcorn. Make sure it's no more. Make sure I ain't mixing nothing. Alright. Cool. So we got a nice little care pack from the Junita brand, y'all. Again, guys, if you got any products that you want to market, y'all know we at 100K. We got 100,000 subscribers. So I will market it just like this, guys. We the people. We the people, bro. So salute, LaFay. Salute, and I appreciate you, man. You know what I mean? Be looking for a t-shirt. Be looking for a Mr. Goodbread t-shirt. Definitely. You know what I mean? Definitely. That's how we do. You know what I mean? Word. Proud of you, yo. Proud of you, my sister. Guys, yo, we gonna get on out of here. It's been a 4-hour good one. It's been a 4-hour good one, y'all. Tell a friend to tell a friend. I really love y'all, yo. Y'all know I love y'all from the heart. From the heart. I'm about to go take my ass to bed. Shit, it's about 2 o'clock on the East Coast, yo. Y'all know I miss y'all. Y'all know I miss y'all. 2 o'clock on the East. Look at y'all, yo. Y'all still here. Y'all still here, yo. Strong, yo. We in the building, y'all. We in the building, y'all. Oh, wait, damn. I ain't mean to throw no diamond up. Nah. I know y'all be... He a plant. No. I'm sitting here looking at lovely Sheeta's her comment, and that's what made me do that. I'm not a plant. Yeah, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night. I'll see y'all tomorrow, man. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Love y'all.
Driving down Walltown Street in Winston-Salem, you may see something you've never seen before.
I walk up and down the sidewalk till my knees start hurting, then I sit down.
Normally, Nasera Muhammad is a single mother of 2 teenage daughters. But lately, she says their behavior is out of control. So now, she's a mom on strike.
My children have everything that they could possibly want and need. But yet and still, they are disrespectful, they are rude. They think that I'm the meanest mom in the world. And they think that they can survive without me. So I said, you know what? That's fine. This mom is going on strike.
She says that conventional discipline methods like timeout don't work with teens. The final straw was when one of her daughters scratched up her brand new minivan with a key.
I'm just frustrated. And this is the only solution that I could think of other than getting rid of my children. And I would not want to go to that extreme.
The children's aunt forced them to make signs of their own, which read, "Thank you, Mom, for providing for me, caring for me, and loving me."
This mom is definitely sending a message. As to will this work or not will depend on the level of consistency that is there.
Dr. Nanette Funderburk specializes in working with children. She says that when parenting gets tough, moms and dads need a support system of their own.
You need to have someone that you can go talk to, someone that you can bounce ideas off of, because kids don't come with a manual.
I threw my hands up in the air. I prayed about it. I'm through. I'm really through. I'm really through. I'm a mom on strike. I don't care how long it takes.